Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream as titled Africans Are African and Black Americans Are Black Americans. I feel as though that it should be self-explanatory when it deals with certain things being stated, but due to the fact of social media, and all the information and all of the back and forth that's taking place and happening right now, I guess the waters are muddied for all intents and purposes, right? Again, shout out to anybody who's going to just come in, as the videos and everything of the sort is playing. But we want to get directly into it and see what is being stated.
So it is not about denying the unique and brutal history of slavery in America. That history is real. That trauma is real. And the fight for justice rooted in that experience is legitimate. But how exactly does lineage or identity begin at the point where oppression forced you to land? Who are you before the first enslaved ancestor landed on U.S. soil? Today, we're breaking down this movement, what the foundational Black American ideology actually claims, why it's gaining momentum right now, why its historical framing is incomplete and false, and most importantly, why this rhetoric, if left unchallenged, puts Black unity, power, and liberation at risk. Because when a narrative tells us that Black history starts with slavery, it doesn't just distort the past, it cages the future.
So we heard that, right? So shout out to J HUD, shout out to Brandon World for the $5 donor. Said, here comes a new challenger. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Right? Shout out to NW in the comment section as well, too. This is the problem, right? So when Black Americans, for a little bit of time, were calling themselves African American, right? You never saw any of these think pieces from Africans, right? They weren't trying to create, any type of platforms. They weren't trying to go and start up a broadcast channel and specifically talk about, African Americans and sentiments and feelings and all of those things. They weren't trying to do none of that, right? But now all of a sudden, when we have social media and we have Black Americans, being proud, being loud about who it is that they are, right? Solidifying, standing 10 toes down. Here we have all of these Africans deciding that this is the point of which they want to start speaking directly to us. And no other time were they trying to speak to us, but now they're trying to speak to us. And they're specifically stating that we're being divisive, that we're just stating some random rhetoric. And now what it is that we're saying can be considered divisive. And not only that, but problematic to the combining, right, of the black powers, quote unquote, that be directly out there. And I'm like, this is a little bit weird. I'm like, y'all got all of these, many countries over there in Africa. Out of all the stuff that y'all should be worried directly about, how is it every single time I step directly online, this is what I see? I see all of these think pieces online coming directly from Africans talking about Black Americans and how it is that if we happen to say or do anything that is going to be detrimental. But these are also the same folks that say that Black Americans don't have no power. These are also the same folks that like to say that Black Americans don't, sway. They don't, have people follow. They don't create anything, right? We don't have any emotion. These are the same people that say that everything that Black Americans do, we got that directly from off of the west coast of Africa, because everything that Black Americans have is basically African. So I'm a little bit confused on how it is that the people that y'all want to consider to be the utmost powerless all of a sudden have the utmost power to undermine and destroy and to be divisive when it deals with people coming together, when it deals with Black Americans and Africans and everybody else. That somehow we got the power to disrupt whatever's going on. That's a little bit weird to me. And it's as if people don't listen to themselves when they speak or to the information or quote unquote the rhetoric that they like to put out themselves. Like I said, it makes zero type of sense. It makes zero type of sense. If Black Americans state that they are Black American, that is the end all to be all. There is no type of debate. There is no type of back and forth. Like I said, too many of these Africans get directly online and they feel as though that they know more about us than we know about ourselves. And I'm like, how? Like y'all are over there on the continent for so long. All you know is about yourselves and your neighbors directly over there. You don't know anything about Black Americans except for by way of maybe, let's say, if a Tyler Perry movie somehow got over there. Or some black exploitation films, right? Or whatever it is that the media allows you to see. Like, because 9 times out of 10, chances are they're watching white media. So they'll look at that point of view at Black Americans. They'll look at some rap music or whatever other types of foreign media is directly out there. And then that will form their opinions directly about Black Americans. This is why you see a lot of the Africans deciding that they want to portray themselves, right? Or cosplay, mimic a certain type of Black American, or they want to mimic and cosplay Black Americans in a certain type of light. And usually it's the most stereotypical and negative types of things that they can just so happen to find. They don't normally try to go for the positive. They don't try to go for the scientists, the lawyers, the inventors, those who think highly of themselves and things of that nature. They normally go for the reverse, right? But let's continue.
Yeah, I
They
have
got
a
their
quick
district
question. What
redirect.
year did Jamaica get its independence?
What year did Black Americans gain their independence?
Sir, if you don't, you're Jamaican. I
I'm
want to know
asking.
what year did Jamaicans get their what year did Jamaica get their
1962.
independence?
Now tell me the sovereign nation that
And
Black
what year?
Americans.
Hold on. And then what year did the Queen of England unalive?
I have no clue. When did Black Americans gain their own
No,
sovereignty?
that was just a couple of years ago.
Can I?
Why
Right.
were
Wasn't that
Jamaica?
in
I answer your
2021 or
question. Can
something
you
like
tell me
that?
when did Black Americans
Yeah.
gain
No,
their
I'm not.
sovereignty?
Listen, I'm not done with my logic, with my line of logic. I don't care about your questions. So, Jamaica got their independence 1962, he said. The Queen of England unalived just a couple of years ago, and you had Jamaican people in calamity over there because the Queen of England unalived and they're independent. They were literally in shambles that their former colonizer unalived. I'm
You,
not dealing with
I'm
it.
a,
These people are
I'm,
delusional.
I'm,
Please stop crying. I made a lot many opinions in peace, and I'm sorry for what I said, and I will respect your views. Yes, and it's not our fault. Nobody, we never make our queen. And we put on another problem and respect. But I respect your views, and I understand where you're coming from. So may the queen rest in peace, and may she find rest.
She's so sad in a man. And it's a nice lady. And we like how she walk, we like how she talk. And I miss her and I feel it.
No, it has shaken us up because knowing that she was around for such a long time and she's one of the longest serving whatever. And to lose her like this now, it leave back her impact and we know we're not gonna replace her, cannot replace her for the long service that she has done. So we feel it. Yeah, it has shaken us up.
As well. So you mean to tell me that these folks is independent, right? You gain your independence, right? You're fully separate. You're good, and then you're over here grieving because the queen is no longer here. Are you got to be lost? You got to be mental to do something like that. That's like Black Americans sitting up there, being 1,000% free, away from slavery, and then we decide to go back and we hear of like the last remaining slave master just died, and then we're sitting up there mourning, and we just got the most nicest of words to sit up here and say. It's like, yeah, he was the longest running, slave master that we had. It was like, he was a good man. He was great. My family was, raised directly on his plantation. What? You got to be mental. You got to be. This is why I sit up there and say I can't take a lot of these other folks out here serious, because if people are to, want to say that mentally, Black Americans are in a certain type of way, we're in a bad way at this moment in time, right? I'm looking at everybody else. I'm like, comparable to everybody else, I'm like, actually, we're doing fairly well. This is crazy. I've never been in a Black American household neighborhood and watch any Black Americans sit up here and cry if a white president died. I've no, 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 I've no. I've not seen that. I've not been able to witness that, that type of situation. Again, that'd be very, very weird. But yet here we are. Here we are with these folks here who gained their independence not too long ago. And as soon as the queen passed, they were just, they didn't know what to do with themselves. Especially the elders of that community. They were just all over the place. And I'm like, yeah, it's over for you guys. It is over for you guys. Yo, what's up, Mo? What is up, Ty? What is up, Gail? What is up? What is up? What's up? And what is up, Tony G? What is going on? But like I said before, this is another reason why um we can't have other folks directly in Black American business, because they have so much work that needs to be done mentally and outside of that, that they have no ground to stand on when it deals with anything dealing with Black Americans, because they really need to fix home first. Like I said, if you got folks back home that's still brainwashed like this, you cannot at all speak on anything going on with Black Americans at all. You have no jurisdiction. You have no jurisdiction over here, right? But let's keep going.
Do respect Black Americans' delineation. I think everybody should have their own ethnic group, their own census, and their own boxes. And I really don't understand. Like, we're in Africa, we're not the same people, even with other Africans. I'm East African. Ethiopians made to you look like us, but I can still tell who is Ethiopian, who's Somali, just looking at them. We do not have the same language. We're not the same ethnic. Yes, we are East Africans. Yes, we are this and that, but we're not the same people. How about that?
But that's not important to us. That's not
I
important. You
don't
are
care.
Black,
I don't
period.
care. Sir, why
You
are
don't care about where you're from. You are
I
Black,
care.
period.
I just told you I'm East African. I'm East African fully, mother, father, East
Who
African.
cares?
We
You are
speak the
Black.
language. I care. I care. I don't go and try to push myself and my culture on other people like you are trying to do. I let those people be.
No, because the reason why there's war in Somaliland now is because they keep disenfranchising and dividing people. And that's all I'm telling you. When you are ignorant, you think that is good. Oh, I am this, I am that. What do you have to show for that?
Hold on. See, this is what I'll be talking about. I don't even know what type of African that is. To the woman that's basically speaking, I don't got no problems with her. She obviously understands what it is that people are sitting up there stating. She's like, hey, I know that I'm African, but I'm also different from other Africans out here. We got our different tribes, our traditions, religions, cultures, and everything of the sort. And then you can also look at everybody face to face and tell that, hey, as Somalian as she said, she is or Ethiopian, whichever one. She's different from other Africans directly out there, and vice versa. Like I said, I respect that, right? Because she has an understanding. Now, the dude that's sitting up there that keep consistently interrupting her, that's the problem that we have. That's the problem where they're trying to force this directly on everybody, talking about oh, this is just divisive, like, oh, everybody's Black. No, 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 no. Let's not do that. We are not going to do that. Like I said, for far too long, I done sat up there and had my own conversations with folks. And I tried to sit up there and tell people, hey, you Black, it's nice seeing other Black people. And they be like, no, 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 I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. And I'm like, oh, my bad. But now all of a sudden, like I told people 4 years ago, I said that the moment in time that money is in the air, You're going to have so many people out here trying to call themselves black. I said this so many times, so many years ago, and it looks like we're getting close to that time. I don't know what money or anything is looking like, but obviously there's a whiff of something directly in the air, and all of a sudden, all of these people that will never categorize or call themselves black, now all of a sudden they want to call themselves black. And I'm like, nobody finds that weird. Nobody, thinks that's a little bit suspicious that all of a sudden, after all of these many decades, after all of these conversations, after all of the media that has been out here, now all of a sudden, these people that would normally claim, "No, I'm Nigerian, I'm Kenyan, I'm Somalian, I'm Ethiopian, I'm this and I'm that." Now all of a sudden, when they would normally tell you that, now all of a sudden they want to sit up there and say, "No, everybody's black." Nah, we're not doing that. Mm-mm. Now y'all trying to muddy the waters. It seems like things are getting a little bit too tight on y'all end. Y'all done barked up the wrong tree. Seems like there's a lot of problems and situations that you can't specifically see your way out of or fix because of who it is that you are. So now you're trying to combine yourselves in with Black Americans and say that we're all the same. No, we're not. Because I can sit up there and tell you, if I was to go to Nigeria, Nigerians can tell the difference between me and their folks. And I can clearly tell the difference between myself and their folks. I don't care what none of these advocates want to sit up there and say. Like I said, I can just go off of just about the way that we sit up there and talk. Like I said, let's both speak English and see who's Black American. Let's see if we can tell a difference. And I can promise you there's going to be a difference. There's going to be a difference in sentence structure and in tone and word use, everything. Like I said, it's going to be two different wavelengths when it deals with speaking. It's crazy work, all right, but let's continue.
The point is, the reason why China is what it is because China came as
Okay, Chinese people never come to us because we think we're better than everybody, and that's the difference between us and other people next door to us. Where the Indians
you are emphasizing your Somaliness, and that's the problem.
Listen,
the problem is
in Kenya,
you are emphasizing that you are Somali. Who cares about that?
K-Jar, you're gaslighting her.
I care. I don't care what you think. Listen, people should be proud of their ethnicity. They should delineate from other people and build whatever they want to build on their own. Black Americans build that. And do you know, sir, the reason that me and you are here in America is because of the Civil War, a civil rights movement. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is let everybody be. Everybody has struggles. We are not having an easy life. Everybody has to struggle. If someone is telling you, leave me alone, just leave them alone.
No, I'm not leaving them alone because they are Blacks and they are Africans. I'm not going to accept African Americans keep insisting that, I'm not African.
Nah, see, that dude is stupid. Whoever that dude KJ is at the bottom of the screen, you're 1,000% stupid. This is what Black Americans talk about all the time and why we got a problem with a lot of Africans directly up out here. This woman literally saying she don't even got to say nothing for Black Americans, right? Because we didn't already said it enough times. But, she decided to speak directly on it, being an African woman, telling somebody else African, like, yo, mind your business, stay directly on your side, stop bothering them, leave them alone. And he's like, no, I'm not going to leave them alone. You're going to leave us alone one way or another. Let me let you know that. Let me let you know that. At no point in time for any African sitting up here, listen, let me let y'all know something. I don't care how prideful you are. I don't care how it is that you see yourselves. I don't care if you feel that Black Americans are African. You better not ever on God's green earth feel as though that you can come directly up to us and decide that you're going to keep trying to tell us something 99 different times. You only got 2 times. And that's just being lenient. You only got 2 times. Because the way that he's sitting up there speaking as if he's going to be directly in Black American, areas and really being out there trying to tell Black Americans what it really is, you're going to get knocked right down. I'm going to let you know this. Because that's a form of disrespect. If we simply tell you to leave us alone and to mind your business, that's us being nice. Because we don't really got to say nothing. Because in a lot of instances, the moment in time that people do feel, disrespected, they're just going to answer. It's not going to be no ifs, ands, or buts. It's not going to be no warning type of signs, no type of warning shots, or no if and they just going to do. For the other Africans out there, don't be stupid Like that dude, KAJ, whatever that dude's name is at the don't be like him. Don't do that. Do not do that. You might find yourself directly on the floor if you decide that you want to be that abrasive about a situation that really has zero to do with you. And also to know the fact that the reason that you're so comfortable, you can, she stated that they're both African in the United States. I'm going to go by her words. So if that dude, that African is clearly here in the United States, again, you're only here because of Black Americans. You're not really here because of your parents. Your parents may be runners, fleers, track stars, all that other type of stuff. But again, even your parents are here because of us. Like I said, a lot of y'all are ungrateful. This is why we say exactly what it is that we say online. A lot of y'all are ungrateful. A lot of y'all are thieves. A lot of y'all are fraudulent. A lot of y'all are criminal minded. A lot of you folks want a destiny swap. Y'all doing everything that you can to basically be here, but you ain't doing nothing back home. You don't have no plans back home. You ain't trying to fix back home. You're not trying to build up back home. You're not trying to do nothing. But you want to make sure that when it deals with here in the United States and when it deals with Black Americans, you want to make sure that you on the white side, right? That's the side that you want to make sure that you're directly on. That's the side that you want to prop up. That's the side that you want to speak for. That's the side that you want to be shoulder to shoulder directly with the exact same side who is going up and through and down your countries to, stealing and taking minerals and resources. But you're like, I'm going to let those people suffer over here because I done made it to the promised land of America. You made it over here because of Black Americans. That's how you got here. Because if we were not just here, you wouldn't be here either. Just like how y'all just really started going up there to Europe. Y'all want to start going to Sweden, Poland, the Netherlands, and all this other type of stuff where y'all normally didn't even have a population up there. Now y'all want to start flooding all up through there. Yeah. Yeah. That's the only places you can sit up there and say, like, hey, you got there because of you. But like I said, y'all running. You don't even want to be home. You would rather, as Africans, y'all would rather be everywhere else but home. You would want to, invest and put money everywhere else but home. You want to sit up there and have kids and start families everywhere else but home. But yet you want to come directly to somebody else's country talking about how proud you are of being African. That's crazy. That is 1000% diabolical. 1000%. Man, like I said, this is some wild work, but let's continue.
Something that the FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, the ADOS, the African Descendants of Slavery, and the groups in South Africa perpetuate.
My bad, let me restart this.
I just noticed something that the FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, the ADOS, the African Descendants of Slavery, and the groups in South Africa perpetuating xenophobia, I believe they're called March on March, Operation Dadula. I noticed something that both of them have in common. South Africa experienced settler colonialism. A couple of other African countries also experienced this, but not on the scale South Africa did. And that is very similar to the experience that Black Americans experience in America. The experience of living with your oppressor and your body being used as the labor to build the country while still being regulated as a second-class citizen. Both categories share this allegiance to the land by either being indigenous to it or being there without their will and having to recreate their own experience and make the best of it. Both groups become very nationalistic and prideful of the strides that their people have made in said country, which is completely understandable. But the problem comes in when neither group decides to interrogate the system that brought them there in the first place. They both almost treat the colonizer as an inevitable variable in the equation. And immigrants or any outsider that comes in to compete with the already scarce resources that the colonizer is giving them becomes the enemy rather than the system and the colonizer. The colonizer that's hoarding the resources and has the ability to just give them more, mind you. They now start developing anti-immigration rhetoric, and the state, the government, the colonizers recognize this and allow them not into the club financially or socioeconomically or in any way that would benefit their material well-being, but through like flag association. They start inviting them to do interviews. Tucker Carlson talking about foundational Black Americans having a right to be mad at immigrants. They start inviting them into these conversations, start making them feel like they belong. South African politicians using xenophobic rhetoric to run their campaigns by agreeing that it's the migrants that are the reason why South Africans are suffering. There's so much harm going on. This now emboldens these groups to do the grunt work, the on the ground work for the colonizers. I'm definitely going to write a Substack article on this, but I'm noticing a connection between settler colonialism, minority groups, and xenophobia. There's something there, and I just can't prove it yet, but I will.
So this is my problem. I get tired when people try to make a conversation and they try to make it seem as though, oh, Black Americans, like, actually, everything that you guys went through, everybody else went through. No, we're not trying to all lives matter situation. Like I said, I'm tired of this. If people have their own situations, like Africans specifically have their situations with Europe, go out there and have that conversation with Europe. Other Africans, South Africans, have their conversations with the South African government that is directly there. Have those conversations. We're not about to try to muddy the waters. We're not going to try to make it seem as though we got these type of similarities, these invisible bonds. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're fighting two different battles. We're fighting two different battles. Black Americans have to stand strong, 10 toes down on what it is that we have to face every single day. Like I said before, didn't we just go through the whole fact of a black district when it deals with voting being separated into three so that Republicans can take control and do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do? Explain to me, where are the Africans? Right. Remember back when Sway during 9/11, he was like, yo, I wonder what Ja Rule got to say about this. Where's Ja Rule? Right. Everybody wanted to find out what Ja Rule. It was the most important man during that time. People wanted to know what Ja Rule thought about 9/11. Yeah, where those Africans at? Where a lot of those Africans that like to sit up and say everybody's black. I wonder what they got to say about this. Actually, they don't got nothing to say about this because they don't care. Because they know that, hey, well, this don't sit up there and affect me because yada, 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 yada. They don't care. They do not care. As long as there is space for them to move directly in after all the smoke and everything and all the debris is clear, that's all they care about. They care about moving in, sweeping out whatever remains is innocence there, and they're going to take that spot. Wherever there was a Black American, they're going to make sure to come up in there and take that spot and let everybody know, like, hey, this was us. The Africans were here. We did this first. That's what they're going to sit up there and do. Because notice how many times you see Africans speaking all types of ways about Black Americans, right? They want to talk about the fashion, the clothes, what it is that we started hip hop and all this other type of stuff, and they want to claim it, right? They want to make sure that everybody knows that they were the first ones to establish it because it came directly from Africa. Rah 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 rah. Right? Our heart and our soul as Black Americans came directly from Africa. But now we have Africans directly over here, specifically in Black communities, and they have an opinion on every single thing, especially one who is in government. And he made a video talking about Black History Month needs to be abolished because everybody is American and everybody's history matters. So there's no need for Black history, right? Almost on some Morgan Freeman type stuff. But all of a sudden, you don't hear these Africans speaking on what is happening at this moment in time. Color me surprised. Africans got the biggest mouths on every other conversation and situation going on with Black Americans. But now, when it looks like this, magically Africans don't exist. Magically, Africans do not exist. Again, color me surprised. But as I stated before, and I'm going to state again, let everything fall where it may. Because a lot of the folks that fully believe that things will just inevitably and only affect Black Americans, they think that it's not going to affect them or it's not going to have a negative effect. Like I said, let everything fall where it may. Because the craziest part is a lot of this is going to have way more of an effect on them than it will on us. It sounds completely crazy. It sounds completely crazy when you say it out loud like that, but just wait and just watch. because a lot of them, they feel like, oh, they're American. They're American. Yeah, okay. America's going to show you how American you are. Like I said, Black Americans are the first and the last to go through any and everything. Everybody else is in the middle. And that's clearly where the Africans directly are. They just don't know it. They're so busy trying to quote unquote play this game, sit idly by, be shoulder to shoulder, be some nice little pets, that they don't even realize that their time is almost up. Because, like I said, everybody gets their turn. But let's keep going.
My grandparents are Black, all 8 of my great-great-grandparents, all 16 of my great-greats. On my mother's side, my ancestors were enslaved in Alabama. On my father's side, we were enslaved in Texas. I am not oppressed. I'm not oppressed, and I'm not a victim. I'm neither oppressed nor a victim. I travel all across this country of ours, and I check into hotels, and I fly commercially, and I walk into retail establishments, and I order food in restaurants. I go wherever I want, whenever I want. I am treated with kindness, dignity, and respect, literally from coast to coast. I have 3 children. They are not oppressed either, although they are victims. I've taught my children they are victims of 3 things: their own ignorance, their own laziness, and their own poor decision making. That is all. My children, we are not victims of America. We are not victims of some unseen 190-year-old force that kind of floats around in the ether. Putting critical race theory into our classrooms is taking our nation in the wrong direction. Racism in America would by and large be dead today if it were not for certain people and institutions keeping it on life support. And sadly, very sadly, one of those institutions is the American education system. I can think of nothing more damaging to a society than to tell a baby born today that she has grievances against another baby born today simply because of what their ancestors may have done 2 centuries ago. There is simply no point in doing that to our children, and putting critical race theory into our classrooms in part does that. Putting critical race theory into our classrooms is not combating racism, it's fanning the flames of what little embers are left. I encourage you to support this resolution. Let racism die the death it deserves, and let's keep living the life of the country that we are. Thank you.
So, for the Black folks out there, pay attention to the crowd that is directly there. Where we at? This is at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Now look at this. Before he started talking, notice there was only so few people actually, standing. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 to the right. 4 people standing, right? The moment in time he started just giving this riveting speech, talking about, oh yeah, I don't blame white people or anything. My parents or this, that, and a third, but we don't ask for handouts. We're American. We're the best of the best. We don't believe in race and color. We don't even see that at all, even though I can clearly see, my skin. We're just clear. We're just people. We're just Americans. And then the moment in time he said that, all of the white people swelled up. They was like, oh my God, he's one of the good ones. It was like, oh my God, he's one of the good ones. Oh my God, I can't believe it. He's one of those ones. I want to buy that man a beer. I want to buy that man a dinner. I got a coupon for Ruby Tuesdays. Come on, brother. Let's go out and watch a game or two. He's that one Black guy where everybody in the town basically knows him and his family, so that everybody there can sit up there and say that they know somebody Black. He's the greatest example of that. He's the greatest example of that. And it's crazy to try to overwrite a lot of things because you feel a certain type of way versus looking at the history and looking at currently what's even going on at this moment in time. But I'm pretty sure that he would be one of the ones that would agree with white folks trying to, as they want to say, quote unquote, take another look at the 14th Amendment, right? because of how things are progressing at this, at this moment in time. As I told people before, this is a lot of folks' last shot to really hold on to the little bit of power that they've had. Because I said for so many years that the scepter that they've been holding on to, they've been losing their grip. The grip ain't as tight. It's not the same as it was back in their youth, right? They're getting old and decrepit like the Crypt Keeper, and things are starting to slip. The mind is slipping, the body is slipping, the hands are slipping, everything, right? So they need a certain type of way in order to hold on to that power, even if they themselves can't initially still, hold on to it with every single thumb and finger that they got. And one way that they're going to do that is by going at things in a political and legal way. And we can clearly see how they're doing that and what they're doing and how they're going to continuously progress directly on that. But as I stated before, for the white folks directly out there that's sitting back and enjoying it, be like, yes, they're taking away the voting of the blacks and doing this, and as it should be, let's make America great again, 1950s and 40s and da 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 da. If you really think that because you're poor and middle class and that these elite and these rich white folks are giving you a little bit of something, a happy meal toy, you think that this is going to be 1000% beneficial for you? Oh, I cannot wait to see your faces. Cannot wait to see your faces when things fall as they may. Because the end result, as I stated before, is the conversation that's going to be present, that's going to happen, is that the moment in time that this country falls is going to be on you. It's going to be on you, on the poor and on the middle class whites. It's going to be directly on you. You guys are the controlling factor. You've always been the controlling factor, right? You make and shake the world and do all of these things, right? All of the wars, the debt, and all this other type of stuff, right? That's what y'all like to sit up there and do. But the greatest skill that you guys have for the longest time possible was being able to throw a rock and also hide your hand. But now that you've been doing it for so long and you've been getting lazy at doing it, it's a lot easier to see who's actually throwing that rock because you're not really hiding your hand anymore. You're like, hey, well, we've been doing it for so long. We don't actually need to hide anything. We're just going to throw the rock. And then we're actually going to add this pile of rocks right next to us as we keep doing it. Matter of fact, we're going to have a sign that's going to say pile of rocks so that you know what's coming from us. You know the direction it's coming from. And now you're not going to be able to, persuade people or to move away from the topic of being blamed for something. Like I said, y'all can move away from the topic of, slavery, that was so long ago. Reparations, you guys don't need it. Drugs and guns being thrown directly into your community where you got these military grade guns and weapons. We don't know how the blacks got them, but they got them. We're going to throw that to the side. When it deals with this country actually falling directly down, it's going to be 1000% on you. All fingers are going to be looking at you. You're not, it's impossible for you to sit up there and say, it's the blacks. That's the beautiful part. It's going to be impossible for you to sit up there and do that. But going back to this guy here, let me go back to the 220. There's a very specific thing here that I wanted to, tag up directly with this. I kind of flashed directly over it, but we're going to take a listen to the good old, white boys, down south, and we're going to hear what it is that they got to say and what their next move directly is. Then I'm pretty sure that this American, I'm not going to call him black man because we don't want to be racist out here. This good old American guy, right? They wanted to speak up for other Americans. I'm pretty sure that he would agree with these next steps that these white men are going to take.
Well, it certainly gives us an opportunity to look at those congressional districts again, gives us a chance at all of them if we get some reprieve from courts. And so we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14 and gives us a shot to revisit those.
What would you say from your perspective? I mean, other than Mr. Pro Tem, everyone was relatively silent on the goings-ons. What would you say from your perspective is the biggest misconception about what the bills do and a message that you'd like to see out there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the biggest misconception is, the thing about it is people tend to forget what happened when this thing went to court before. We actually, the Republican Party had that seat in, I guess, in Mobile, number 2 seat, that's congressional seat 2, so the district 2, and so that was one of the things. There's been a push through the courts to try to overtake some of these red state seats, and that's certainly what happened in that one. And with the ruling that happened in Louisiana, we felt like it gave us a chance to maybe regain that seat, but also opened up District 7. So I think that's happened. All we need now is the courts to overturn 14, and we can look at a new election. The thing is, if we did nothing was going to happen. And I applaud the governor for calling us back in and give us a chance to revisit that and look at it. And what happened here in Montgomery in that Senate seat probably should never happen to begin with. And so, of course, I'm at the point that probably none of it should happen to begin with. We got 3 branches of government. It's our job to legislate, to draw those district lines, and for the court to interfere with that. And to be honest with you, I thought it was a slap in our face, because we'd spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in reapportionment drawing those maps, and they let an 18-year-old kid from the university, or I don't know how old he was, maybe 19, send the map in, and they took it without a consideration for what we had done. And, the way that the system is set up, that's the job of the legislative body. And I think we've done it in an appropriate way, and it's disappointing that they didn't follow that rule.
So it looks like they're going to try to look at that 14th Amendment. I wonder what they're going to specifically do with that. I mean, for me, it technically doesn't matter. Like I said, let everything fall where it may. And the main people that are going to be at fault and to blame are the ones that you're looking directly at. And I don't see a black man directly in that room. I don't see not one black man directly in that room. Again, I wear glasses. Maybe somebody can spot him. Maybe he's behind the curtain. Maybe he's behind the other white guy with the glasses, like somewhere. Maybe he's at the podium. Maybe he's behind the other white guy with the dark blue suit with the red tie. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know, but I know for certain I do not see a black man in that room that I can point the finger to and be like, hey, you're the reason that this is specifically going down and happening. And I also want to put this directly out there as well, too. There was a point in time where Trump specifically said that, everything is going to go so good and so great that you won't have to worry about voting again. He said that out of his own mouth, right? And then I specifically told people some time after that you have white Republicans, conservatives, who are working behind the scenes to figure out ways to allow Trump to run a third time. And I don't know why it is that people overlook that, don't want to pay attention to it. Because I promise you, if it was anybody, like, let's say if it was a Kamala Khan, or if it was Barack, right? Somebody like that, I'm pretty sure they would consider it illegal. They would call it directly out. They would post this on Fox and all these other types of sites, and they would demonize, and they'll make sure that laws get changed overnight. But now all of a sudden, when it deals with Trump, when it deals with the Republicans, when it deals with the conservatives, I don't really see white folks crying about a president being able to run basically again. It's a little bit weird. Highly weird. And it's also highly weird to hear a sitting president sit up there and say, like, hey, this is the last time that you have to worry about voting. Like, it'll be done so good, so great. You won't even have to, worry about voting again. I'm like, what do you mean by that? That's a little bit weird. A little bit weird. But hey, hey. But let's keep going. Let's go back to the Africans here. Let's look at this.
Gentlemen, people are now saying all over the world, if they get Big Groove to, do a video for their restaurant, then they just not going. They're going to boycott the restaurant. And it's not just people, I ain't gonna lie, it's black people. Black people been saying it. And I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know about boycotting no restaurant if they get it, but he do get on my damn nerves. I'm not gonna lie about that. Yeah, he do. When I seen him, just big old brother just dancing, opening the mouth wide, the big old smile. I mean, it man, come on. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? That right there.
Yep.
You're not gonna bring this back. I'm sorry, you're not gonna bring this back. All that. No. No. We as a race of people have worked too damn hard. And I know there's a whole bunch of people out there, well, what that got to do? Shut up. Shut your ass up. Shut the hell up. Hush. Ain't nobody talking to y'all. We done worked too damn hard. We can't be going back to that. All that damn dancing and, oh Lord, what is we gonna do? No. All this gyrating and whatnot. You ain't that damn happy about no hamburger.
And this is what we're talking about, right? So this is his older name was what is it, Gorilla Groove or whatever it was, and then now it's Dancing Groove, whatever it is. But I think he's Nigerian, whatever. He's African, right? The dude up top, at the very top, where he got the big old smile showing his gums, Zataran, doing all of that type of stuff, right? And I called this out years ago. And I got tired of sitting up there seeing him after a few videos. I'm like, dog, why are you bucking your eyes? Why do you have your gums sitting up here showing with your teeth? Like, why are you doing all of this? And I'm like, he only does this, like, he specifically does this, especially around white people. Like, it doesn't matter where he is, as long as there's white people there, he'll make sure to put on this dance and do this and to do that and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, this whole thing has been problematic for a very long time. And Black Americans have been calling this out 99 different ways. But every time we call stuff out, people are like, oh, you guys are just xenophobic. You guys are just anti-African. Nah, we just don't like stupid. We don't like other people trying to tell us who it is that we are when we are actually telling you who it is that we are. You're not going to sit up and tell us that you got more of an understanding of us than we got. That, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. Like, we got history. We got actual history here that has nothing to do with you. You got Black Americans that have set up there and, built towns and cities like in swamps and all other types of places, making their own way directly here, not being dependent on other folks. You're not going to sit up there and pull up to the scene and try to claim that. And on top of that, we're not going to sit idly by and allow you to clown like this, all because you want money directly from white people. You could have did this back in Africa. Like, this is crazy. This is 1,000% crazy. And like the dude said, I'm like, dog, you too big to be sitting up there dancing. Like, you sitting up here like Hercules, like some 6'9" Hercules, 300 and something solid pounds of like muscle. You want to sit up there and start dancing and gyrating in front of white people and dancing on white women. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And then you doing the shucking and jiving. Like, come on, man. We done made it too far as Black Americans to be dealing with this type of nonsense. This is why I be sitting up here saying, like, you got all of these Africans, they don't even want to come over and be themselves. They take on some stereotypical type of roles in order to basically make headway directly in the United States. But because they understand and know that they're playing a character, other people don't, right? America doesn't. But because they know that they and understand that they're playing this character, they can step outside of that and be like, well, I'm a proud African. I'm this, that, and the third. And this is actually where I come from. This is my language. And then they can go right back into that role. So even if Gorilla Groove, whatever his name is now, even if he's getting racial or whatever comments directly online from people, that don't mean nothing to him because he ain't Black American. Just like that Nigerian woman that was directly in, what was it, Japan? And it was some like Asian woman that was sitting up there like calling her the N-word or whatnot or whatever. She was like, I'm Nigerian American. I'm like, what does that matter? She clearly doesn't care who it is that you are. She even told you, go talk to the UN about that or whatever it was. And you think that because you said Nigerian American, that was going to change your mind? So what? The N-word is just used for Black Americans. Like I said, the Asian woman, she wasn't playing no game. She was like, she basically said, I don't care what you are. I said exactly what it is that I said. Like I said, some crazy work out here, man. It is diabolical. Yo, RS, what is up? You said He said, I know a musician called Killer Groove. That's crazy. Yo, what is up, Sham? Hopefully you are feeling better. Sham was like, so you flee your country that was destroyed by the white man and yourself to come over here and be a minstrel show for the white man. It makes sense now. Yeah. Yep. Yep. 100%. 100%. Like I said, it's some crazy work out here. All types of disrespect. All types of disrespect by these folks directly up out here. Now, notice how Black Americans, we don't do that. We're not going directly over to somebody else's country and we're trying to parade and masquerade and cosplay as them in order to make fun of them and all this other type of stuff and make money while then at the same time separating ourselves. We don't do that. We don't do that. This is why I sit up there and say that when it deals with folks coming into the United States, Black Americans are the utmost, most welcoming and respectful folks because we'll literally give you the shirt off of our backs. We'll sit up there and get you something from, churches, KFC, whatever, the corner store. We might even get you something off the dollar menu, something like that, just to help you out for the day or something, even though we might not have nothing, right? Because that's what we do. Right? We'll even support whatever businesses or whatever startups that you basically got, even if you are not of us. We'll still sit up there and support you because we have an understanding of how it is that America works. But even with that type of respect being given, that's not what Black Americans get in return. We don't get anything, actually. We get disrespect. We get devalued, right? We get mocked. Like I said, it's crazy work. Then we also get told that we're not even as educated as them. We don't have any degrees. We don't have the homes or the cars or the land that they got. And I'm like, you just got here. You're African. You just got here. How are you even trying to make it seem as though that you got more than us? Historically, we've been here longer. We have more than you. It's like, yo, I didn't know it was a competition. Didn't know it was a competition. Some crazy work though. Diabolical, 100%. Like I said, everywhere they go, they want to try to make it a competition with Black Americans, but they don't want to make it a competition with themselves back home on how much land that they can gather, how much land they can get, or them building up banks and businesses and all this other type of stuff. They don't become great up until they come to the United States. That's all I'm saying. That's what I've noticed. All of these Africans that like to sit up there and say that they're so great, that they're so intelligent, and they got these degrees and they build this and they build that. Y'all don't become that up until y'all come to the United States, because for whatever reason y'all can't be that great amongst your populace of the millions or the hundreds of millions that are directly there. You can't seemingly do that amongst yourselves. You can never seemingly be that great. It's crazy work. And then on top of that, you don't even want to do a comparison up in between what it is that you as Nigerians do in America versus Nigerians back home. You're like, nah, we're not gonna do that to our people. But what we are gonna do is we're gonna compare what we do here as Africans compared to the Black Americans to prove how great we are. This ain't no competition. We've been running marathons. We've been running marathons. Something you should actually know about being African, but I guess not. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. Diabolical. Diabolical. But let's continue.
Man was just sentenced to almost 2 years for selling fake nursing degrees, transcripts, and license. He operated out of Maryland. Patrick, won't you go? Won't you go get you one of these fake nursing degrees? That was his sell pitch to his clientele. Now, how this operation went down.
Hold on, back up the truck. Back the truck up. Right. Somebody said, not of us. This is the human race. Last time I saw, I know that you're not Black American. So let me explain it for the deaf and the dumb in the background. I am a Black American. Right. My history, lineage, family, bloodline here. Africans come from Africa. Their bloodline, lineage, history, traditions, all of that, Africa. They are not of me. We are not the same. I'm not. I can't make that any more clearer than what I've already made it. We are two solely different people. It missed me with the whole thing of like the human race, because you can go, it don't matter where it is all over the world. Like, let me put it like this. Normally, naturally, white Americans did not like the Irish and the Scottish or the Italians. Let's just get that straight. White folks did not normally naturally like them. At one point in time, the white hooded gang were actually protesting against all of those other European groups because they didn't like the fact that those Europeans were coming directly into the country and taking their jobs. Color me surprised. Color me surprised directly on that, how white Americans were against the Europeans and they had a problem with European immigrants. Color me surprised directly on that. Color me surprised. The white hooded gang actually being against their own. It'd be like that. But somehow, some way, once everybody got assimilated, once the Scottish and the Irish and the Italians got assimilated into being white, this is when the focus went directly to the blacks. Color me surprised. Color me surprised on that. So miss me with the whole thing of talking about it's the human race and everybody is human. What you need, if you really feel that way, I need you to go sit up there and talk to the racist out there, right? You need to go talk to those out there that's trying to do these laws, rules, and these regulations to specifically harm Black Americans directly about here, and to make sure that Black voting, quote unquote, doesn't matter. Even though for the longest time possible, Black people been said that our vote really doesn't matter. It doesn't really count. For all intents and purposes, what's happening right now politically, it's validity to what people have been saying. Because, like I said, you can vote if you want to, and you got folks out there that'll still do what it is that they want to do because they're in control of the system. They actually hold the power. They make the rules. So if you make the rules, you can change the rules and you can break the rules, and then you can make new ones. Like I said, it's crazy out here. That's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Let me just sit up there and pack some people on up. See somebody talking stupid in the comment section, you're not even gonna get a minute's notice. Let me let you know something. Let me let you know. Also to mods, happy belated Mother's Day. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Happy belated Mother's Day. Just got to put that directly up out there. And also to the other Black women directly out in the comment section. Happy belated Mother's Day. If anybody is offended by what it is that I stated and how it is that I stated it, take it up with God, whoever it is that you believe in. Like I said, it be like that. So, but like I said, so miss me with that human race type of stuff. If you are really about the human race, then I need you to go direct that energy directly towards the racist out there, the controlling factors directly out there. Don't come to me with this nonsense. That's all I'm saying. Don't bring this directly to me, because Black Americans treat people like human beings. It's just the fact that Black Americans don't get treated like human beings, and it don't matter who it is. I got a multitude of videos of European immigrants deciding that they want to sit up there and call the police on Black Americans just playing with their kids in the park. What? You just got here. I can clearly tell that you got fresh off the boat from Europe somewhere, and you want to sit up there and try to call the police, and you want to be racist towards a Black American. Nah. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical. But let's continue.
He used a school in Virginia, a nursing school in Virginia, and a nursing school in Palm Beach, Florida. Now, these schools already lost their license to operate as a nursing school. So what he told these people that brought these degrees and transcripts and license from him, he told them, don't put a date on the paperwork. We're going to predate the time you graduated, the time that these.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to rewind this video, right? So, all right, I see you, James. So you said too many of our people put their lives on the line to give us the right to vote. It's a spit in their faces not to honor them by voting. I'm guessing that you're of the older generation, right? So in a sense, I'm going to sit up and say respectfully, I understand what it is that you're saying. But also at the same time, it came to a point where even Martin Luther King realized that he was putting his people into a burning building or a burning house, however it is that you want to sit up there and frame it, by way of meaning integration. And I'm pretty sure you have people that voted directly on that. And we can clearly see the aftermath of that voting and how that decision basically went. We also have the fact of black folks voting Democrat for how many? And again, when I say this, I don't have a dog on either race. Both sides, Democrat and Republican, are both demons. They're part of the exact same demonic body. The only thing that you're doing is voting on which one is less evil, but they're still evil. Right? So miss me with any of the stuff like, oh, you must be a liberal. Oh, you must be I don't care about none of y'all. I'm just gonna be honest. I look here. you worship political gods, go ahead and sit up there and do that. It's still evil at the end of the day. They still got their hands in many different sources. They still need to be called out. Both Democrats and Republicans need to be called out on a lot of stuff, which deals with guns, drugs, crime, lack of money, poverty, and all this other type of stuff going on that y'all both refuse to sit up there and do. So before you come through here and try to attack me on whatnot or whatever, y'all need to go to y'all political gods and have a situation and a beer and fix that situation. But back to James, right? I understand what it is that you're saying, but for the longest time possible, Black Americans have been doing what? They've been voting Democrat. How has that gone for us? That's all I'm saying. How has that gone? Barack Obama was in office. How did that go? Biden was in office. How did that go? Was there any type of reciprocity, reparations, or anything of the sort? Nope. But did you see other groups of people get monies? I saw things, laws, and regulations for the LGBT, for the Jewish community, for the Asians, for both sets of immigrants, right? Both Hispanic and both for European immigrants, right? It was just recently, about what, 2 years ago, where Asian Americans ended up getting about like 50 million in one state, about somewhere about like 25 to 50 million in one state, specifically for them to build up schools or whatever it is that they wanted to do with that money. Again, laws, rules, and regulations that were passed for every other group but Black Americans, are the main ones that heavily vote Democrat but didn't receive anything for it. That's some crazy work. Nobody can still explain that to me. How is it possible that Black people decade after decade after decade after decade after decade can vote the exact same way and get the exact same thing and still expect change, and that change never happens? And then what do the exact same Democrats decide to do? Oh, we're going to sit up there and go to church, and we're going to rile up the Black Americans. We're going to go to the barbershop and rile up the Black Americans. We're going to sit up there and get that vote. We're going to entice them to sit up there and vote. We're going to fearmonger them into voting. But like I said, why would you believe a group of people that you freely give your vote to? Ain't no point in time did Black people ever tell these people like, yo, in order to get our vote, you're going to have to do something for us. Black people have just been freely giving over their vote. Black people are the only group that don't make no political parties work for their votes. This is why Black Americans get disrespected, because you do not force their hand at all. You don't do nothing. You listen to folks like Roland Martin and all these other Democrats directly up out here tell you like, oh, just go out there and vote, just vote, just vote, just vote, just vote. You vote for 100 years, something's going to change. It's bound to sit up there and happen. When? Let me tell you, if Black people keep voting the exact same way, you got a better chance of seeing the second coming of Christ. You got a better chance of seeing the Antichrist in front of you before you actually get political power, before you actually get these political folks out here to actually move and stump the ground directly for you, before they can actually shake some trees and make something fall for you. You got a better chance of seeing a biblical flood than sitting up there seeing any of these Democratic political officials do anything for you. Because if they didn't do anything for you before, what makes you think that they're going to do something for you right now? They're not. Because you ain't never make them work for nothing. You ain't never make them work for nothing. Every single time you hear a Boule member, the what is it, Divine Nine, whoever it is out there speaking, right? Whatever these folks come out there speaking, trying to tell black people, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all can kiss my ass and this, that, and the third and all. Like I said, Roland Martin be saying a lot of shit, right? But whenever they come online and they start talking, they never tell you to make these political officials work for your vote. They never say it. They just say keep voting. And they be like, well, your grandmother voted, your great grandmother, your great 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 grandmother. What do you think the people who were originally enslaved? What do you think that they set up there and fought for and walked for? What do you think the civil rights? They go through all of this stuff to tell you to keep giving away what's the most important for free. Who does that? Who does that? Even if I put it to you like this, even if you wanted to give blood right now, you can get money from it. Blood is precious, especially the different types of blood directly out there, because it can help out a variety of people. You got the right to sit up there and ask for money. If this is something that is very much important for you, this is something that only you can manufacture or whatnot or whatever, and they really need it, you have the right to sit up there and ask for money. So that also then means that, hey, if it deals with your vote and your vote is specifically from you, you have the right to sit up there and ask those people to work for that vote to give you something for that vote. You shouldn't be sitting up there giving this over for free. Nobody's going to sit up there and respect it if it's free. And that's a fact. Look at the political officials. What's the respect that any of these Democratic political officials are giving to black Americans? None. Zip. Zero. They're good at talking, though. They're good at running their mouth. They're good at showmanship and the entertainment factor. Yes, they can sit up there and sell that, and black people will sit up there and sit there, popcorn, and they'll share that and all this other type of stuff. But other than that, what substance, what of substance have they actually given you? Nothing. What was the last thing that we technically got? What, like the Crown Act? And that was an uphill battle. That was just about hair. I think I talked about this in the previous live stream. But yet you didn't see nearly any other group have to work as hard as black Americans to get one thing passed. They got a multitude, though. Like I said, it's crazy. That's diabolical. Like I said, out of this, that lets you know how black Americans get misled by a lot of these quote unquote educated college folks. And this is why I set up there and said before that there's a pyramid scheme when it deals with this, right? There always has to be somebody at the bottom in order for those at the top to have power and to be able to make money. The main goal of the people up top is to sit up there and keep everybody at the bottom, to keep them at a certain mental aspect so that they don't try to look above or beyond the glass ceiling. Like I said, it's one big party and you're not invited, myself included. I'm normal, average, every day. So like I said, I am not separate from other folks that I'm sitting up there talking to. But I can clearly see the types of games that they're playing. Like I said, they're real smart. They're good at words and all this. What's that one brother's name? Mark Lamont. Is it Mark Lamont? Let me type his name in real quick, because I don't want to missay the name. Let me see. Mark. Yeah, it is Mark Lamont. Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah, smart brother. College, everything, right? Knows how to use his words and all this other type of stuff. He's very good at playing games. He's very good at playing, word games and mind games and different stuff like that. This is why on the Joe Budden podcast, the tongue in cheek way that they like to call him out is by quote unquote joking when it deals with certain stuff. And they'll be like, here you go, sitting up there saying believe all women and da 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 and all this other type of stuff. But in another conversation, it was like, yeah, this is like the brand that he built. So he has to basically stick directly with this, no matter what the information, specifically is. And this is when in another conversation that he was a part of, he was up there saying that, oh, well, with this one topic dealing with the woman line, it was like, oh, I didn't know anything about that. I didn't hear about it. I didn't do any research. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like, that's magic. That sounds just like what Republicans like to say when you want to bring up racism, or you want to bring up previous quotes about, some of their other constituents. They was like, oh, well, I never heard that. I never seen it. I'll have to do some more looking. It's always an excuse so that they don't have to acknowledge and directly speak on it, and they can just overlook it and go back to some other topic, or they can decide to, move a goalpost or something. like I said, a lot of these folks, they're very good at using words because again, they're educated. But again, with that, they have this type of pride where they think an ego where they think that they're just better and more well versed, and that we can't just sit up there and figure out certain things because you just got a high school education. You don't actually know you didn't go to school for anything. You don't really know how to decipher this and the da 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 and all this stuff. Like I said, a lot of them think that they're smarter than everybody else. And this is why they have the podiums. This is why they're able to speak. This is why they're placed all over social media so that we will start to love and trust them, and we won't decide to criticize and question and be like, I wonder what your ulterior motive is. I wonder who's specifically paying you. I wonder what the end result is going to be on what it is that you'll specifically get when it is that we do what it is that you want us to do. Right? What are you specifically getting on the back end directly from this? Because like I said, at this moment in time, you got a lot of folks freaking out. And I'm talking about, I'm not talking about black folks, ordinary, average, everyday black folks. I'm talking about everybody else. Matter of fact, I'm going to come back to Donnie on Stage's video, right? About to take down a few of these videos because I'm going to give you an example of this, right? And this is somebody that I've talked about on this platform quite a few times, comedian Ricky Smiley, right? Because he said quite a few things. And for me, in my opinion, he should technically be the last person actually talking when it deals with, quite a few topics because of a variety of things. So let's just take a look directly at this real quick.
Roland Martin on the phone. And it's saddened. I'm really saddened by this to say this. Black people, we got to wake up. We got to wake up. We don't vote. We didn't show up for Kamala Harris. Only thing they needed was just a little bit more than 10% to doubt Kamala Harris and not show up and vote. If anybody ever watched Roland Martin's show and watched Joy Reid, the numbers don't lie. The numbers are there. It showed a huge drop off. Remember, y'all, Barack Obama won Florida twice. He won Pennsylvania twice. I think he won Ohio once. He won Michigan. Listen. We're not turning out. We don't vote. And now that they're doing redistricting, we don't show up in governor's races. We don't show up in mayoral elections. We don't show up in state house elections. We're state senators.
Hold up. This is how I know that people don't pay attention to anything that I stated, right? So here's the clown work. And again, I know that people are adults here. Like, this ain't a 12-year-old basically writing this and trolling, right? First was like, just say that you're a Trump supporter. Are you stupid? Y'all gotta be stupid at this point in time. At this point, this is why I sit up there and say when black people explain some stuff, people just don't want to listen. Y'all just hear whatever it is that y'all want to sit up there and hear. Like, I just literally said. So let me repeat this again, right? So let me just put it somewhere that everybody can understand, right? So the body of Satan, right? So you got the body of a demon. You got a left hand and you got a right hand, right? One hand has a full pull of poison and the other hand just has the poison directly on very sharp nails. What people are doing politically is deciding to vote for which type of poison that they want. Do they just want the poison in one gulp, or do they want the poison nice and slow? Democrat, nice and slow. Heaping of poison, Republican. But they're both a part of the exact same demonic body. But then I got people pulling up to the scene trying to tell me, oh, I don't like what it is that you're saying. Just say that you're a Trump supporter. So obviously, by how it is that you're talking, that means that, quote unquote, you'll be what, a liberal? right? That you will be a Democrat, right? Because you're obviously trying to say that I'm obviously a Trump supporter, because that's not something that a Trump supporter would actually say. That's something that a Trump supporter would actually say. But, like I said before, I can explain things 99 different times. And I can try to tell people that, hey, if you keep going the exact same route and nothing ever changes, you're insane. And people will come back to me and be like, just say that you're a Trump supporter. What? How do we get here? Did you not listen to anything? And don't sit up there and tell me, oh, yes. I just got into this live stream. I didn't know what anything was about. I just heard a few words. I ain't trying to hear none of that, because there's a such thing as like a little rewind button, and you can actually rewind that quite a bit and then catch back up to where it is that we are. So like I said, I ain't trying to hear none of that. I'm not trying to hear none of that nonsense at all. Like this is crazy. This is diabolical at this moment in time. Let me see. I did see somebody sit up there and say that I think that I'm smarter than everybody else. I never said that. I've never said that at all. Where was that comment that I saw that? What was it? I think it was this person there. You said, what are you talking about? There are people who have died to get the vote. And do you know that blacks voted Republican before the 60s? And if our vote wasn't important, why they don't want us to? And you, for some odd reason, didn't sit up there and continue that, directly on. Yeah, I do know that they voted both sides. That's cool. That's great. But we're talking about right now. We're talking about, like, every single time people want to try to establish something, people want to go as far back as possible to be like, sentimental wise, this is the reason that you should sit up there and vote. I'm like, yo, that's cool, but we're dealing with the right now. That's on hold. Like, those people are no longer here. They're off in the ether somewhere, right? So we're dealing with this physical realm. We're dealing with the reality of where it is that we are today and where people are. This type of stuff is not going to keep working. This is why I keep trying to tell people to stop doing this, because more and more you keep doing stuff and saying stuff like this, the more and more people are going to sit up there and ignore you, because you're trying to go off of some type of emotion, some sentiments, and some type of feelings that I guess you have. Everybody else is not going to have that. So you better start going with another song and dance. This is why the church in the black community has been collapsing for so long, because y'all keep doing the exact same song and dance, expecting newer generation after newer generation and newer generation to come back in there and flood those seats. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. This is why you got so few. This is why you got some barren seats. The most black churches that are really got seats, people in the seats, are the popular ones where they're on television and all this, the pastor's pretty much a celebrity. Other than that, other churches, it's not like that no more. How it was in the in the 1900s, the 10s, the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, 80s, the early 2000s. How it was then, that's not how it is now. Because people are not going for the exact same song and dance. You gotta switch it up. You gotta change with the times. And if you're not going to change with the times, you're going to go by the way of the dinosaurs. You're going to go right off to the wayside. Like I said, do people remember what happened with the old gods of Greece and Rome? Do you still see people praising and believing in them? Nah. Like I said, they didn't get with the times. You saw what happened to Blockbuster, right? They didn't get with the times. What happened? We got Redbox. We got Netflix. We got Hulu. We got all this other type of stuff, because people did not want to sit up there and transform and get direct with the times, because they thought that what they had was substantial enough to keep them going. Nah. Not even relevant. You got what, a Blockbuster somewhere in like Alaska somewhere. You got one or two Blockbusters in the United States out of the whole of the United States. Like I said, this is crazy. This is 100% diabolical. Like I said, the main thing I'm sitting up here telling black folks here is to stop giving away stuff for free. It don't matter if it's just like your energy, your vote, or whatever it is. Stop giving that stuff away for free, because the moment in time, historically speaking, we've given away so much stuff for free, and look at the respect that we've gotten. None. We ain't get nothing. We ain't get nothing at all. But I got people up here in the comment section trying to argue me, back and forth with what it is that I'm saying, because I want black folks to conserve all of their energy for themselves, for their people, for those who actually love, admire, respect, value them. These political politicians, the only thing that they respect is money. And for a lot of black Americans at this moment in time dealing with this economy, money is hard to come by. So everything is precious. So if it is precious and you deem it to be precious, you better make everybody work for it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, that's some crazy work. that is some crazy work. Crazy work. But anyways, let me just try to catch up to the comments to make sure I didn't miss. Okay, about Fez, right? So what solution? Just sitting out and letting them determine the rights we deserve. Okay. So Dean said, so what's the solution? Just sitting out, sitting out and letting them determine the rights that we deserve. Should we riot, burn everything? Who said do all of that? Who said let me just make it very simple. And it's the same thing I said before, the exact same way that black Americans, and I have to specify this. I'm going to specify this again because I ain't talking about nobody else. The exact same way that black Americans historically moved, right, when all of this was going on back during that time frame, right, when building up towns, building up cities, establishing businesses, schools, and all of that, that's what you do. It's that simple. Which means togetherness, which means being family oriented, which means being on code, seeing eye to eye. It's not difficult. It's only difficult as much as you want to make it difficult. Like I said, and I ain't saying that everybody's going to be able to do it, because everybody's not going to be able to do it. Some people are going to be left directly to the wayside. Some people are going to sit up there and have to play the catch-up game. There is not going to be a time of which that people can decide to slow down to allow people to sit up there and jump directly on the ship or the back of the car, the U-Haul, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. Whatever mode of transportation you want to use for the example, that's what you decide to use. But yeah, at a moment in time, the time for slowing down was before all of this happened. That was a time that everything was slowed down so that people can catch up and realize and to figure out some stuff. Now it's like, you got to be going full speed. So people are going to be getting left. They're going to have to figure out something. They're going to have to pick up the pieces. They're going to have to build some stuff along the way. They're going to have to sit up there and manage. Like I said, this is something that should have been happening a long time ago. And in a sense, as I stated before in the last live stream, this is something that technically needs to happen. Because for far too long, you have a lot of black folks directly out here. They just thinking like, we're all, just individuals, this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. We are not a monolith and da 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 da. I'm like, I get that. Cool. You want to be an individual? Okay, that's cool. But when you look at a lot of these other communities, they move technically as one. They move as a monolith. They move as like a mountain. When you look at the Hispanic community, they're moving together. They move as a family. Like, yeah, they'll sit up there and have some issues with one another and all this other type of stuff. But when they need to come together, when they need to pull money together, when they need to formulate businesses, when they need to get homes and cars, they coming together. They're putting money together. The Asian community, they do the exact same thing. They'll come over here bit by bit. They'll try to figure out what community they're going to be a part of. And then from that, they'll plan out a business, and other types of things. So it might be, some food, some fast food or whatever it is, some Chinese or some Korean food. And then they'll sit up there and maybe do a beauty supply or some other type of business. And then once they get all of those things going, they'll then put money together and then they'll start buying up some stuff. They'll start making their own little slice directly on land like the Koreans did in Atlanta within the black community. Like I said, everybody else does this. But when you look at black folks online, and like I said, I've gotten this quite a few times directly more than a few times on my platform. I get so many black folks talking about, well, we're not a monolith. I'm an individual. I'm not a part of this. I'm not a part of no black community and this, that, and the third, and all these other type. Hey, Like I said, go do you. I'm not going to try to tell you nothing. You got it, coach. You are the champion of champions. You got it. Ain't no argument for me. Like I said, I'm done arguing with that. You got it. But for everybody else, you better be paying attention and looking around at how everybody else is sitting up there moving. Everybody else is pretty much moving as one. And I kid you not when I say that. If you don't believe me, listen to some of the videos when you hear black men dealing with prisons and how ethnicities move as one. Right? Black people with black people. Mexicans pretty much with Mexicans. But if a fight breaks out, you got the Mexicans and the whites together. Right? Like I said, so you got people moving like that directly in prisons. And then from that, you got people moving like that directly out here. What do we normally sit up there and see when it dealt with voting, when it dealt with Trump? You saw people from the Hispanic community voting directly for Trump, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, loving Trump, even though he stated specifically that the moment in time that he gets in office, he's about to start deporting a lot of people that he feels should not be here. And that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly what people sat up there and voted for. And people also voted that way because they specifically thought that that vote was going to really hinder and hurt the black community. The same exact way that the Asian community did the exact same thing when they wanted to go against the DEI and the affirmative action and all these other types of things that they thought that they were not benefiting from at all. But now all of a sudden, the Asian community is sitting up there doing what, guys? They're suing a lot of these colleges because they can't make it into those colleges. Because, quote unquote, they said what? Asians are fairly smart. They can always make it into any and every college. But lo and behold, it seems that somebody was really benefiting from affirmative action. I don't think it was the blacks because it was mostly white women and minorities. But you can't tell nobody nothing. So this is why I said exactly what I said previously, where if this country is going to fall, I am completely fine with it falling because it is not going to hinder and really hurt black people the most. It's going to hurt everybody else. But like I said, you gotta love racism. You gotta love racism and the people that follow it. Crazy work. It's it is diabolical. But to what Dean was asking, that's what'll be done. That's what should be done. There's many other things that can also be done, but like I said, everything that is known don't need to be said. Like I said, historically, everything that I'm talking about historically, anybody can look back at history books and look at a lot of the black towns and cities that black people built and established and how those were running and how self-sufficient that they were and how independent they were and how it is that they weren't as the republics, the black conservatives will say, handouts and this and that. They weren't asking or looking for any of that. They did it themselves. Right? So if it can be done once, it can easily be done again. Let me see what else we got. Still trying to catch up here. Let's see. Somebody says, so the past matters when you ask for reparations, but wait, I think you typed this, reparations, but when it comes to the way you vote, it doesn't matter. Not specifically in that sense. What I'm saying is that the past doesn't matter if you're trying to get people to attach themselves to something for sentimental reasons, in a sense, right? So when it deals with voting, every single time, I've even heard this ever since I was younger. Older people would always tell me like, "Oh, you're black. You need to sit up there and vote because of your ancestors. You need to sit up there and vote because of those who came before you and yada 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 and all this." That's only what I'm trying to tell people is that that's only going to work for oh so long. For my generation, yeah, you sat up there and got us directly on that. The younger generation ain't going to care about that. They're not going to care about that. Like they look at anybody that's born in 19 anything as ancient history. They're not going to care about whatever sentiments that you're trying to bring to the conversation when it deals with voting and politics. They're looking at the here and now. They're looking at what is it that you're going to do for me right now. They're not going to care about the past. They're not going to care about none of that stuff that y'all keep talking about. They're talking about the here and now. What have you done for me lately? That's where the younger generation is. So all of this emotional type of stuff that people keep trying to use, it's not going to work. That's why I brought up the church. This is why the church is failing at this moment in time, especially in the black community, because people keep trying to harp directly on some, kumbaya, my lord, and we shall overcome, and all this other stuck directly in the past. Didn't even really move forward. Like I said, we got one young dude that's a political official, and he's sitting up there trying to talk like a pastor from like the 90s and the 80s. Like what are we doing here? Like I said, it's not it. Like people just, like I said, you either change with the times or you get left directly behind. I keep trying to tell folks this. This is why a lot of folks who are a part of the older generation, when it deals with technology and whatnot or whatever, they get left behind because they don't want to sit up there and try to learn something new. Because they're like, I already know everything that needs to be known. I'm not learning none of this new technology. It is what it is. Like I said, how many people still using checkbooks? I haven't seen somebody with a checkbook at a market in decades. I ain't seen somebody write a check in decades. So I'm like, yo, people obviously had to sit up there and get with the times. People had to get with the times. So now you got people with the RFID chips directly in their bank cards or whatever type of chip card that they basically, again, people had to sit up there and get with the times. If not, you get left directly behind. That's like I said, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like you're only going to be able to use this to get, and I'm specifically talking about the voting aspect. Specifically talking about the voting aspect. When we're talking about the things dealing with reparations, historically, that is a whole different story and situation. And when you look at reparations, I put it to you like this. Every other group out here has gotten a form of reparations. The Jewish community has gotten reparations. Asian community has got reparations. The Indians from Siberia have gotten reparations. I want to say technically the Asians, the Chinese and the Japanese Asians that were held in internment camps over there in California, they got a form of reparations. But what I'm saying is, so many other groups ended up getting a form of reparations. The only ones that never got one is Black Americans, and I'm talking about as a whole. I'm not talking about some stuff that they tried out in Chicago that I've covered, or some stuff that they did directly in Los Angeles just to see, just to test the waters. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about as a whole. So, like I said, we're dealing with two different things when we're having these, conversations. Because, like I said before, like it's crazy how I get so much pushback on telling black people to like have these politicians and everybody else work for your vote. Stop giving it over for free. And then I'm getting like all of this pushback directly just from saying that. Like, this is crazy. It's like I thought like people would actually understand what it is that I'm saying. I guess not. I guess I'm somewhere else with this. Like, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Uh You said, and you act like you the only one that knows that politicians deal with money. We know that too. They're not pulling the wool over our eyes. Okay. Like I'm like, why do you sound offended? Like that doesn't make any type of sense. Like I'm highly confused. It's like I'm highly confused. Like why do you sound so offended in what it is that you wrote? Like obviously something I'm saying to you just is bothering. It's either this conversation or maybe things are stemming from other videos that I've done. It's either one of the two or maybe a combination of both. I'm not sure, but just with this last comment here, I'm like, I don't understand why you're so offended. Like that's the craziest thing to me. And it's like, the other thing about it is that you got to realize, like, I'm not sure if you really specifically think that I'm like talking to you when I'm just like talking and no comment is directly up there, but there's a multitude of people directly, up here that I'm talking directly. There's the invisible folks directly out there in the background that I'm talking directly to. Right. So it's like, I don't know. I don't, I don't know. Let me see. Somebody said I'm tired of your house Negroes line. I'm not sure if he's talking about Ricky Smiley or if he's talking about me. But I would love it if people would actually what's the name? Somebody say you either pay liar or brainwash idiot. Like I said, if people are actually talking directly to me, it would be very great if they would just put the at button and just put at and then, write their comment. Let me see. This man Mo was like, stop spamming. D. Warren said, so the Moors ruled you up for 800 years and Wisconsin by the Spaniards 450 years ago. So we're still in captivity. What? Are you just moving? Are you moving to go? Like, what conversation are we even? I'm not even sure what conversation this woman is even having now. Cap Negroes are the copper colored indigenous folks. Right. I don't understand how we don't understand what's happening. If we wait any longer, the Hispanic population and others will take our place and we will never move forward. Okay, you said we've been captive since 1942. DNC treason. What rights you deserve? Do black people not understand that equal rights are? Of course you don't, because you've been privileged your entire lives. Yeah, okay. You said go read the Dark Ages. Da da da. All the Democrats. Wait, Mo says he's a. Wait, what are you talking? Wait, was it? Let me hold on. Let me check this real quick. I could have sworn that she was. I could have sworn that Gail was set on the other channel. Let me check real quick. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna need. Well, okay. So Gail, if you are there, you would. Okay, I see you. Let me see. There we go. All right. So yeah, I got Gail. She's good on the other channel. I got her. She is all good. Gotcha. I'm not sure. I could have sworn Gail was actually good on the other channel. I'm not sure what happened. Yo, Mr. Cardenas, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? You said the AAPI community doesn't vote in droves like us black folks. Have anyone ever? Why? It's us that needs to figure out another way to maneuver politically. Yep. Because like I said, the exact same way is not working. The exact same way is not working. It's not working. Let me see. Why were all of these people led into the court to replace the black vote? We survived. Let me see. That's sham. What else we got? We got Julian, DI recruits. We got Mo. I'm just trying to hurry up and catch up. Gotta read past a lot of these comments. We got SWAT D in here. What is up? Let me see. You said that you glad that your kids listen to you and their mom. Okay, I'm not even sure what that even means. You said stop having wealthy and corporations buy our politicians. If politicians want to be bought, they'll be bought. It doesn't matter. They'll go to the highest bidder. Yo, Kaya, what is up? You said, do they still use checks? I'm not even sure if those are even still accepted. Divinity, wait. Yo, Divine Divinely lit, what is up? You said we need politicians who work for us and not their wealthy donors, then more people will vote. That's another good point too. But the other thing, like I've said before for years, is that you need to have enough black Americans to specifically be like, hey, we're going to sit up there and throw you like, we got 20 million sitting right here. So what we need for this 20 million, we need you to do X, Y, and Z and A, B, and C and D for you to get this amount of money. Like, we'll sit up there and see what happens, get something going for an incentive. We'll sit up there and put, 500,000 right here. And then as we keep going and you progressively, execute the things that we're telling you to execute, then you'll start getting more and more of the money. Right. But, people not really on that type of time. Yo, I'm getting tired of y'all. Yo, let me tell y'all something. For the Irish, I don't really care what y'all went through. I done said this 99 times. Let me let you know something, right? So you had people basically treat you a certain type of way, and then you decided to bring your narrow self directly over to the United States to go into indentured servitude to work your way up, and then to later on get accepted and be called white. We are not about to sit up there and do this. We're not about to sit up there and do this, because the only time that y'all want to talk about slavery and reparations is in order to counteract any type of arguments that black Americans have when it deals with the United States historically. Like, that's the craziest work. Like I said, y'all racist. It's cool. It's understandable. I get it. But y'all don't want to be honest about it. Like I said, any other time, y'all ain't talking about reparations. I ain't never heard so many people at this current moment in time in 2026 talk about they were slaves and they need and what they're going to sit up and get. What about their reparation? I ain't never heard so many people want to sit up there and now claim that they were slaves. What? I've only primarily heard black Americans really say this. In a moment in time that black Americans normally talk about this, the whole world is like, shut up. But now all of a sudden, everybody want to sit up there and start trying to counteract the argument. They're like, well, if anybody is to sit up there and get reparations first, it should be the Irish and the Scottish and yada, 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 yada. Because we sat up there and went through you were indentured servants. And then later on, you were accepted into white society because you are European. Black Americans were never accepted. We were just tolerated. It's a clear-cut difference. How many Irish and Scottish men right now are locked up in prison for crimes that they didn't commit? Huh? How many of y'all are getting prosecuted by the justice system? How many of y'all have a high exoneration rate being Irish and Scottish? Miss me with any of that stuff, dog. Miss me with any of the nonsense. Like, that's crazy. And then we got people in the comment section trying to pocket watch, talking about like, yo, if black people are get reparations, like y'all wouldn't even know what to do with it. Why are you worried about it? Why are you worried about it? That's the stupid part directly about it. Like, let me show you this real quick. Let me show you how dumb a lot of people are, especially white folks. If black people were to get reparations, we're going to spend money at home, which means in America, which means that we're going to be going to your restaurants, your businesses, your establishments. Dummies. Like, do y'all not realize this? Do you not realize that what benefits us is going to benefit everybody else? But y'all are so delayed that y'all don't even realize it. Y'all are so delayed that y'all don't even realize it. Like, it is crazy to have to keep explaining this 99 different times, because I know what would happen. And I know that there's going to be fields of black folks directly up out there. They're going to be going to malls and cashing out and doing this and doing that. And y'all not going to care because they're going to your stores and your restaurants. They're helping out with your bills, your employees, with your rent. They're making you richer. And y'all always talking about like, oh, y'all not going to know what to do with the money. And y'all going to spend it on this. We won't be spending it with y'all. What you talking about? Y'all stupid. But like I said, don't worry about reparations. Don't worry about reparations. Like I said before, y'all will make sure that black Americans will never sit up there and get it, which also means that whatever tight constraints that you are currently in, dealing with money or trying to keep your business afloat, your family, your house afloat, just trying to do your day to day, you good. You good. Let the government help you figure that out. Because, like I said before, out of everybody here in these United States, black folks are the most generous folks directly up out here. Even though we don't need to be, we are the most generous. We will sit up there and still break bread with people, even though we have certain problems and issues with folks. We will still sit up and be like, all right, you know what? I'm feeling good today. I can overlook this slight just this once because I'm feeling good today. I got that Mayweather money, so let me sit up there and cash you off real quick. Let me sit up and throw a couple of dollars at you real quick. Like I said, man, this is crazy. This is crazy, but like I said, I love it. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. I love people want to sit up there and pocket watch. I love people always wanting to ask all of these questions and state that, black Americans, they're not going to know what to do with this. And they just going to rah, 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 and all this other type of stuff. Diabolical. Always pocket watching. Like, the crazy part is everybody want to pocket watch black Americans, but y'all never want to pocket watch the government. Aren't we like in trillions of dollars of debt? That's crazy. I would think that that's actually more important. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Wait, what did Ty say? Ty was like, no, you took it away. No, I didn't. I do not remember doing that. I do not remember doing that. This man Ty always trying to sit up there and start something in the comment section. Somebody said, if I did get reparations, they're going to buy big TV. Okay, obviously that's a troll right there, whatever. Somebody keep typing the exact same things. White people and people of color are writing history, trying to make black Americans look racist. Yeah. Yep. You said that didn't answer my question. Wait, was this the same person I was sitting up here talking to? Jesus Christ, I was falling through these comments. Let me see if I can go back. Okay, maybe she wasn't talking to me. My apologies. You might not have been talking to me. Let me unhighlight your comment. What else we got? Freedom dues. Kevin said Asians have a hate crime bill, so if you rob too many, that'll be a hate crime. Yeah, that's crazy. You said Lit said people shouldn't be driven to help for money. I know they need it to campaign, but buying any politician is the problem. I mean, that is true, but that's how it works though. That's how it works though. You gotta throw money directly at those politicians for them to pay attention. You gotta throw money directly at them. This woman Gail said, "Yeah, I'm part of the family." Yeah, hallelujah. This woman. You said, "Do you not realize the reparations comes from our taxes?" You do realize that every other group got reparations, right? And that came directly from taxpayer money, right? So what's the problem? I'm a little bit confused. Let's go back. Let me put it to you like this, right? So this DD person up here, right? So during the time, this is because Petridge Farm remembers, right? And if I actually had the wherewithal to go through a lot of my videos to specifically play the videos of the conversations, I would. But during the pandemic, because I know a lot of people got pandemic brain and they don't tend to remember a lot of stuff, there were talks about, or even before then, there were talks about reparations. And the main conversation that came up from the United States was that, okay, well, we understand and see what it is that black folks are saying, but we don't have the money. And even if we did, yada, 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 right? Basically saying that black people, you ain't getting nothing, right? Because it was up to the sum of like trillions of dollars and to the equivalency of past money to today's time. So what inevitably happened is the pandemic. And the same broke United States that said that we don't got the money to pay or to give to anybody was the same United States that was like, yo, we got about $2 to $4 trillion that we can, break directly off to the American people. Huh? You said we was broke. where did you just miraculously find $2 trillion? Like, what? How did y'all get this money? I don't even know what $1 trillion looks like. I'm pretty sure anybody in this comment section, you don't know what $1 trillion looks like either. But I find it very, very ironic and very suspicious that a broke first world nation that is in trillions of dollars of debt that said that they don't got the money for nothing and also had government shutdowns during the time too, also said that they found some trillions of dollars somewhere, somehow, and they were able to sit up there and give stimulus checks. Wow. This is also color me surprised on this, right? Dealing with the pandemic to go into another crisis. Some years before then, we also had 9/11, and Donald Rumsfeld sat up there and said that they were going to do an inquiry into the government because they lost track of about a good $2 trillion. Don't know what happened, and then magically 9/11 happened. You think we ever found that money? Nah. Like I said, the government loses track of money and then they magically find money. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical. And I can tell you that black people don't have no control over that. You would never see somebody black sit up there and say, like, yeah, I lost track of like $2 billion. That is some Harry Potter sorcery. We are not able to do that at this moment in time. Like we are not able to sit up there and do that. That's some crazy work. That is crazy. That is crazy work. Got another troll directly up in there. No problem. I'm going to overlook you real quick. You said, I mean that respectively, my brother. And yes, I don't understand what you're saying about reparations. Well, it'd be like that. It 100% be like that. Yep, somebody got thrown into the Bermuda Triangle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me see the biggest warfare. Queen of the United States is the white man. Ooh, diabolical. And wait, let me see. What did you? Yeah, Kevin said they're scared of reparations because it means to repair, and if this country allows Black Americans to heal, yeah, that's another thing too. In order for a lot of countries to run, they have to have somebody on the bottom rung. They have to have quote unquote a lower class. Somebody has to uphold the bottom because of the way that the structure is in a sense built. If you take that away, you're going to need to have somebody to replace that bottom rung or that bottom part of the structure. Or if you don't, then you're going to have to relabel or rename the different areas. So put it to you like this, right? If reparations were to happen directly to Black Americans, and let's say Black Americans started doing better, they started, everything was going up and up and up, they would need a replacement for the Black Americans. And if they couldn't find a replacement for the Black Americans, then they would have to reclassify what it deals with when it deals with money. They're already doing it right now. Like, and this is why it's a little bit funny to me seeing people in the comment section trying to go back and forth when it deals with saying that you should be able to ask for tangibles when it deals with your vote. Stop giving stuff over for free. Because on top of the whole thing with voting, we also have the world that be, but more specifically the United States government and those that are in power within it, who are trying to restructure this whole thing where now you're going to be dealing with class, where it's going to be rich versus poor, where they're literally telling, if you go by a map of the United States and how much it costs to live in every single city and compare that to decades ago, it's a night and day difference. And it's done directly on purpose. Groceries are going up. The cost of living is going directly up. Everything from your rent to your kids, schooling to your insurance, and everything is going up and up and up and up, but your money is staying directly the same. And they're doing that directly on purpose because they're creating a brand new poor class. But like I said, people can keep going back and forth. People can decide to keep going right back and forth in the comment section and act like they don't know what it is that I'm talking about when I'm referencing any of these things. Let me see what else we got. I'm trying to go directly through. Pink said, Seji, let's not forget the third world nations gave thousands of dollars to undocumented immigrants. That is true. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yo, Tania, you said they only gave us studies. Yeah, talking about the reparations. Yeah, that's what they always say. It was like, oh yeah, we're thinking about the reparations. We're kicking it over, but we need to do studies. But now when it deals with other groups, like if it's the Jewish community, if it's the Asians, if it's the Indians from Siberia and anybody else, they don't need to do studies. They're instantly throwing and giving folks money. See how that works? That's how crazy the United States is. They were like, hey, Black people, you're here. We understand it. We get it. But we're going to show you how we actually really deem and see you and what we're going to do. So any money that would have been actually given to you, we're going to give it to everybody else. And that's how we're going to call it even. But then when Black Americans call a lot of this nonsense out, nothing. Matter of fact, I wonder what were the conversations with a lot of the Democrats when it dealt with like reparations during the time that these trillions of dollars were being given to the American people when it dealt with the pandemic. Because like I said, Black Americans been talking about this for the longest time possible. And to sit up there and see all of that money get thrown directly at other folks, crazy work. Diabolical. Like I said, you had how many people doing PPP loan scams? Crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Diabolical. It's crazy out here. The kid said, I'm looking for a horse. That's crazy. Yeah, areas where you got HOA, yes, it's terrible. It's terrible. It is 1,000% terrible. But anyways, let me go back to Ricky Smiley real quick and let this whole thing play.
Talking to Roland Martin on the phone, and it's saddened. I'm really saddened by this to say this. Black people, we gotta wake up. We gotta wake up. We don't vote. We didn't show up for Kamala Harris. Only thing they needed was just a little bit more than 10% to doubt Kamala Harris.
So let me just pause it right there. And I want to be specific because Ricky Smiley, he is timid. He don't really want to be specific because I've watched a lot of his conversations before. He's I want y'all to understand he's not talking about Black women. He would never come up here and decide to be like, hey, Black women, he's not going to do that. And he's not really confrontational, so he's not going to sit up there and say Black men, He's not going to say it like that. So that's why he's generalizing saying Black people. Realistically, what he is stating, he's going off of the exact same thing that a Stacey Abrams tried to do. He's doing the exact same thing that a Joy Reid tried to do. He's doing the exact same thing that Al Sharpton did. He's doing the exact same thing that a Barack Obama did, right? All of these people that I named all decided to put the blame on certain things happening politically that didn't happen, on Black men. So that's specifically who he's talking about. He's specifically talking about Black men that didn't show up to vote for Kamala Harris because this has been the exact same thing that they've been doing since like a 2020 when Stacey Abrams was trying to run, what was it for like Georgia, and she lost that race, and then she came out on the media and basically said it was Black men's fault. I'm like, yo, you gotta be kidding me at this moment in time. You just have to. You got to be kidding me. And I'm pretty sure that when they dealt with Jasmine Crockett running, people were trying to blame black men as well too, and I'm like, yeah, this is really getting tired. This is really getting tired. I don't know how people think that this is going to go. I don't know why people think that you're going to be able to continuously use black men as a punching bag and think that that's going to be the way to get people to move the way that you want them to move. But that's only going to get people further and further and further and further away from you. Like I said before, people keep doing this exact same thing. Hey, Kamala Khan is not in office because black men. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. She's not in office because of white people. And I said this before. White women are not going to vote for somebody that doesn't look like them. White men are not going to sit up there and vote for Kamala Khan because she has a white man that was going to be considered technically the first lady. They're not doing that. No white man out here is going to sit up there and vote for a woman to be in office, number one, and then vote for a woman being in office married to a white man that's then going to be looked at as a second-class citizen. Because in their minds, they're like, I'm not about to be looking at a white man that's reflective of me, baking cakes, making cookies, reading to kids, making a memoir. That's what they were thinking in their mind. They were like, we're not doing that. We are not doing that at all. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that people should have got that message when Hillary was running. And Hillary technically had a better chance because at least her husband was a previously sitting president. But even still with that, they were like, no, we're not doing it. Sorry, Bill, we're not voting for your wife. We might have loved you as a president back in the day, but we're not voting for your wife because still you'll be the first lady. So what did that leave them with? They were like, well, we'll just sit up there and go with Trump. The one who thinks like him, talks like him, acts like him, eats just like him, says whatever he wants to sit up there and say, that's who they voted for. And that's exactly what they did. Like I said, this whole thing of still trying to blame black men for the whole reasons for voting, what's going to inevitably happen is that y'all keep doing this, black men are just not going to be voting. That's what's really going to happen because it's going to get to the point where it's like, all right, if you're going to keep blaming me, let me step back so then you can fully blame me. At least I know by my own admission of me stepping back, I know why it is that you're blaming me. You're not, and it's not for the simple fact that I tried or I actually did what you wanted me to do and I still get blamed. At least now I'm stepping back and I'm doing it myself. Because like I said, this is nonsensical. This is so stupid directly at this point, but let's keep going.
And not show up and vote. If anybody ever watched Roland Martin's show and watched Joy Reid, the numbers don't lie. The numbers are there. You know, it showed a huge drop off. Remember, y'all, Barack Obama won Florida twice. He won Pennsylvania twice. I think he won Ohio once. He won Michigan. Listen, we're not turning out. We don't vote. And now that they're doing redistricting, we don't show up in governor's races.
So let me pause that again. He listed all of these places that Barack Obama won. Barack Obama won because he was charismatic, and everybody, whenever he spoke, everybody was like stopping and staring. It was almost like a political Michael Jackson. Like everybody was just like there. Right. You like I said, at certain points, you had like women like freaking out when he would like show up directly on, you know, like on stage, like earlier on, like you had white women sitting up there like freaking out like they was at a concert. I'm like, yo, you need to calm down, Becky Sue. Hold on. Calm down, relax yourself. This man is married to a black woman. Relax yourself right now, right? So he got in office directly because white people were like, yeah, we're going to sit up there and do this. This is we hear what he's sitting up there saying. He's giving us some type of belief, some type of hope. That was the whole main rallying cry that they basically had. It was like hope, something with a sunrise and all this other type of stuff, right? And again, he got in office because, in a sense, white people allowed it because they heavily voted for Barack Obama. They were the deciding factor. They were the deciding factor. Pretty much almost everybody voted for him. But, you know, let's keep going.
We don't show up in mayoral elections. We don't show up in state house elections. We're state senators and state house seats. We don't vote. if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I was watching Roland Martin video. 16% of people in Memphis showed up. 16%. 16%. If you go to Roland Martin, look at Roland Martin's latest video. And I think he was doing a speech in Memphis asking them what happened. All these people, man, if you see what's going on in Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, it's going to get worse. While we out here having a good time, I feel bad about performing tonight. I'm just performing because the show's already booked. But I really feel bad. I really wish I was down there in Montgomery, being a part of a protest. And it just don't feel like people are concerned, and it don't feel like people care.
So this is my thing. This is the part that because I got a solo video dealing with this as well too. This is my problem with a lot of these rich types, because Ricky Smiley, I want everybody to understand and note this. Ricky Smiley, he keeps mentioning Roland Martin and whatnot because they're part of, you know, that whole thing, the colleges and all that other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever, right? Because what was the whole thing that I think Roland Martin or Steve Harvey said? He said the Qs run the airwaves. I'm not sure what group or what college, you know, that specifically is, but again, that basically means you got gatekeepers, right? So again, you got a lot of these types. They're all pretty much together, and they show up every once in a while, or buddy and all this other, you know, type of stuff. But it's crazy how he's trying to fix this as if it's a we type of problem. He is a part of the upper echelon. He is a part of the gatekeepers. If anything breaks out and happens in this country, he can pay his way out of a multitude of situations. Now, maybe there may get a point in time where the price is a little bit too high, where his money ain't going to stretch long enough. But up until that point, you know, shows itself, he can pretty much afford and do whatever it is that he wants to do. If he needs food, water, or electricity, whatever it is, he can do it because he got the money, because people love money. Now, when it deals with everybody else, me, you, and everybody else that is basic, middle class, and poor, yeah, this, like I said, there's no we. Like I said, he's talking a lot of French directly about here. The rich ones, the gatekeepers, they only care about money, right? They're paid to keep Black Americans mentally at a certain place. Like I said, he is an entertainer at the end of the day. He's supposed to make people laugh, ha ha, he funny. And if he does step politically into an area, he got to tread lightly. He better make sure to say the things that they allow him to sit up there and say, and he better not go directly off a script, because these types would never sit up there and tell, you know, Black people to do to go against the system, to do this and to do that. They'll make sure to sit up there and do the same old thing. We shall overcome, kumbaya, my Lord. They'll recite every single positive speech from MLK where it deals with integration and everybody being with everybody and everybody's together with everybody else. They'll make sure to keep you directly in that lullaby state, because that's how they can capitalize, that's how they can keep control, and that's how they can get money directly from you. Case in point, look at the church over the many decades. What did the church do? The church is within the Black community. They know what needs to be done, but the church ain't sitting up there moving. This man is a celebrity that's been able to watch a lot of things happen. You heard what he said. He was like, hey, I really feel bad about not being able to do X, Y, Z, but you know, I got a show to do and I don't even really feel like doing it. You're a millionaire. If you don't want to do the show, cancel the show and go start a protest. You won't do it, because you just told people that even though you're talking like this politically, realistically, the only thing you care about is the money. You literally have the funds to not do the show, and you opt to still do the show, but you're talking about feeling bad. This is why you can't take these people serious, because they lie to you directly to your face. They'll tell you the truth, but they'll also lie to you directly to your face. And he did it all at once with the exact same face. Did not miss or skip a beat. This dude is a millionaire that could opt to sit up there and be a part, or to go start up a protest. He got a whole social media platform with millions of followers, and he can do a whole bunch of things. He could take a week and just decide to speak really on this and to really get the ball rolling. You think he's going to sit up there and do that? Nah, he's not about to do that. That's not a part of the script. That's not what he's paid for. That's not what he's in a position for that they gave him. Let's keep doing. Let's keep going.
Man, this is about to get bad. We about to get ourselves in a position where your voice is not going to be heard, like for real, for real. Donald Trump said, even when he was running, he said, hey, if we get in there, you'll never have to vote again, folks. He said it.
Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
He said, if we win, you will never have to vote again. He said it. I remember making a video about it when he said it. We are in some scary times. He is emboldening white supremacists.
Let me pause there right there. I've covered, especially during the 2020, I didn't cover a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm not really too sure what Ricky Smiley has been. This has been going on. Trump has been in office twice. This has been going on. This ain't the first time, and this ain't the last time, and this ain't the only time. That's been happening. So it's like how you're just, in a sense, talking about it as if it's just now, happening now is crazy, 100%. But I also want to sit up there and state, even when Obama was in office, you still had bigotry, racism, discrimination, and all this stuff basically happening, especially when white folks wanted to get online and start talking about Obama. All of the pictures and the memes that they wanted to sit up there and make and whatnot, whatever. A lot of people may not remember, but Petridge Farm remembers. Let me just let you know that. Right, but let's continue.
White supremacists bothering and attacking black people. And I'm telling you, man, it's we about to go into some dangerous time. The only difference between the civil rights movement and right now, during the civil rights movement when Dr. King was alive, Lyndon B. Johnson, John F. Kennedy, and Lyndon B. Johnson was in office. The difference what we're facing is Donald Trump is in office. Lyndon B. Johnson was in the White House, and I remember him sending, either him or John F. Kennedy sending federal soldiers down for the Freedom Riders to protect them and the kids that was trying to integrate the schools or whatever. But you got a president that is promoting and will pardon anybody that go to jail for their racist act. White supremacy is real, and these laws were based on white supremacy and white men being, like that guy said in the video, just awful, and to the point where they had to create laws around awfulness. And now we're in a bad position, and I'm concerned. A lot of people gonna suffer. The way this country is being ran and the attack on black people is unreal. And for a long time, these people are really their grandparents and their great-grandparents. And what I'm seeing and how they move into redistrict and cut out almost, if I'm not mistaken, the way they split Memphis up where their voice won't be heard in the state of Tennessee. And I don't know what they're going to do in the state of Alabama and Mississippi. But yeah, we are living in a modernized Jim Crow. It's on the way. It's here. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. So y'all please tell people to be aware and share the videos, everything you see that's going on in these state houses, and to get out and vote and to let your voice be heard. We are concerned. Only thing we can do in the media is report it. And that's it. So y'all be safe out there. And God bless you. And I know everything that Dr. King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Rosa Parks, Ralph Abernathy, all these people fought and died for everything that they stood for, fought for, and died for. Almost like it happened, like their death was in jeopardy. And so I'll be making more videos. Man. Thank y'all. Fight the powers that be. God bless y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Wow, look at that. Got Ricky Smiley holding up the fist. Fight the powers that be. Fight the power. Dun, 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 dun. Fight the power. I think this man was. I think this man's memory was relapsing to like the 80s or something. I'm like, that's crazy. What is that? What was that? Political enemy political. You know, one of those groups. I gotta start talking like the old people when they can barely remember groups and be crossing names and whatnot. Public enemy. That's what the young folks was listening back then. A lot of that riffraff, a lot of that noise. It's crazy. It's crazy how this dude talking about fight the power. You got the money to literally get some stuff going, but that's not what you're trying to do because you can't. You can't sit up there and do none of that. And I think I covered that in the previous live stream and or video because I did see some people mentioning the whole dress situation with Ricky Smiley. I'm like, yeah, it's like you had to go through that humiliation ritual where you had to put on a dress. You had the whole dress and being a woman and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's the exact same thing. Dave Chappelle, at least during that time, with dealing with the Chappelle show, he was like, "Yeah, I ain't doing this." And the moment he did that and he took that money and ran, people overnight, as soon as that happened, overnight, what did you see the media do? They was like, "Yeah, Dave Chappelle is smoking crack cocaine in Africa." What? Yo, wild! I've never seen in my lifetime the media act so fast in less than 24 hours to make up a story about a black man because he didn't want to sit up there and put on a dress. Wild work. 100%. Everybody might not remember, but Petrus Farm remembers. Let me tell you. I remember that well. It was like that. It just happened. As soon as like the pin dropped, automatically every media out there just dropped that same story. And I'm like, nobody has proof of anything. Nobody can show you anything dealing with that. But this is what they want everybody to sit up there and believe. All right. Let me see what else we got. Let me see. The fist is black power. They said he was crazy. Yep. Sham was like, no, if you look in his glasses, the cue card on screen is being reflected. Yeah, I've never like out of all the times I done seen some celebrities talking, this is the most that I've seen a celebrity look directly off screen. And I'm like, dog, this ain't Saturday Night Live. Like, who, like, you got somebody holding up a cue card? Do you got like a screen on the other side where you're supposed to specifically read from? Because I'm like, dog, if you're trying to give a serious message and you want people to understand what you're saying, look directly at the camera. I'm not saying that you can't like look away every now and again, but it was like 60+% of the time on the video, he's looking directly over. It's like, if I'm looking here, he's looking directly over to the left. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. I'm like, what's more important? You trying to get this message completely across so that people can understand the severity of the situation, or whatever it is that you're looking at on the other side of the screen? Obviously, whatever was on the other side of the screen was more important than the message. Like I said, that whole thing for me, that was just distracting. I'm like, no, I want to see what's on that side of the screen. Because I'm like, yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Somebody said, "Don't let the boat folks in here." I don't even know what that means. Wait. Lit said, "I saw you added Republicans late." Wait, I'm confused. Oh, you must be. I think you're referring back to the other person. I got you. Sean C said, I just realized the person that asked me to explain what have, well, I think that's a typo, what the current Republican Party has done for us ain't even on here anymore. This is why I don't bother to explain anything anymore. Yeah, it'd be like that. You know, that happens. It'd be like that. It 100% be like that. Fountain said reading the teleprompter. You know, the funny thing is that was the word I was looking for. I just couldn't remember. It's like I could see the vision. I could see what it looks like. It just wasn't clicking. Shout out to Fountain up there. Yeah, teleprompter. Yep. Yo, Auntie Pee Wee said LOL at the boat, folks. That's crazy. Sean C said LOL. SEIJIHITO cowards like this guy ain't trying to look for any of us and I because he sold out a long time ago. Hey, like I said, you know, Ricky Smiley is a part of that group. It's one big party, and we are all not invited. It'd be like that. Shan was like he had a whole script. Kia said we got 100 people in here. Let's have 100 thumbs up. That'll actually be dope. That'll be the first, I think, video, well, live stream wise, that would actually have about 100 likes. That'd actually be pretty dope. That would be pretty awesome if that can be possible, you know, for that to happen. Shout out to Kia. Actually, I didn't actually know that the amount of people actually showed up for you, because usually it doesn't. Because sometimes it's delayed or whatnot or whatever. So that's actually pretty dope. Let me see. Quincy said, I'm on here. What is up? What is up, Quincy? Man, Zero, what is up? You said, how you doing, Seji? Glad to see you, my brother. Hey, glad to see you too. What is up? What is up? What is up? Tonga said, Roland Martin holding the cue cards. That's crazy. That's crazy. Zero said, yeah, that's true. And I worked with an African coworker, and he knows an African manager, and they let him get away with stuff. And this dude is lazy and don't do the job right. I'm glad they moved me. That's crazy. That is diabolical. That dude sat up there and said, Roland Martin out there holding the cards. Yo, the crazy part is now I can't unsee that. I cannot unsee that right now. Let me tell you something. That's the only thing that I can happen to see. Oh, wait a minute. Did I play? I don't think I played. I played that video of the lady talking about the Nigerians. Let me. Wait, did I play this video earlier? I'm not even. Wait. Let me wait. Before I put it up there, let me make sure. Okay, yeah, okay. I did say I was supposed to finish Daniel says, I forgot we actually got more videos. I'm sorry. I was sitting up to thinking this is closer than the live stream. Lied to myself. So let's continue about Donnie's video. So let me actually repeat it, because it's been a minute since we actually went back to the video. So just to give a refresher, let's go through it.
A Nigerian man was just sentenced to almost 2 years for selling fake nursing degrees, transcripts, and license. He operated out of Maryland. Patrick, won't you go? Won't you go get you one of these fake nursing degrees? That was his sell pitch to his clientele. Now, how this scheme, this operation went down, he used schools, a school in Virginia, a nursing school in Virginia, and a nursing school in Palm Beach, Florida. Now, these schools already lost their license to operate as a nursing school. So what he told these people that brought these degrees and transcripts and license from him, he told them, don't put a date on the paperwork. We're going to predate the time you graduated, the time that these degrees was issued, before the nursing schools lost their license, before the nursing schools lost their ability to operate as a nursing school. So these degrees will be valid. And he sold them anywhere from $6,000 to $17,000. And he operated for 3 years, accumulating they want to say $1.5 million. So yeah, only 2 years, 21 months. And these nurses, right? These people that brought these degrees, they're out there working in hospitals. Yeah, somewhere between Maryland, who knows? They could be anywhere. Even just because he operated out of Maryland, that don't mean the people that brought these fake degrees stayed in the Maryland area or the DMV area. But yeah, Patrick, won't you go get you one of those fake nursing degrees? Nigerian man, 55.
So we heard that, right? This dude sat up there and was creating all of these fake degrees, and he was making bank. Now, and again, I want to show y'all two ways, right? So this Nigerian is a thief, right? But then when you look, it looked like he copied his style from like 3-6 Mafia. Like this looks like some early, 2000s, right? I can just hear the song right now. I swear to you, I hear the song right now, 3-6 Mafia playing. As soon as I look at this dude, and it's like DJ Paul Wall, like DJ Paul, da 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 da. But what I'm saying is they're masquerading, dog, masquerading and cosplaying as Black Americans. But these are Africans sitting up there flexing and showing off money. He got grills? Because it looked like he's trying to show off his teeth. It looked like he missing some teeth. I can't even really properly zoom in on there. I can't even tell though. But yeah, that's crazy. This is giving off early 2000s, real quick, early 2000s. But like I said before, this is why you can't trust a lot of these Africans up out here because they be lying, dog. They be straight counterfeits, but they saying that they more educated than Black Americans. They hold the most degrees, fake degrees. Black Americans actually got degrees. Like we actually went to school. Like we actually studied, for hours. It wasn't like we just, did some $5 Indian type of thing and just signed our name real quick and degree. Nah. Like that is crazy. Yeah, Project Bat. Yeah. Like, yo, this is wild. Talking about can we all get along? You about to get along directly in the shadow realm. That's what we about to do real quick. We ain't doing that today. Let me tell you. Ain't about to do that. No. And now it gets worse, right? Because you already see one counterfeit right here. Let me show you the stereotype of how it is that these folks like to pull up to the scene when they want to start talking about Black Americans. Let's look at this next goofy right here.
Disagree with you. They'll call you an immigrant like that's an insult or a tether, despite you being an American citizen just like them.
This one is a little bit low. Hold on. Give me a quick second. I don't even know why that video is that low. I'm gonna leave it. I know that Gail is gonna say something. I'm just waiting for her. I know she's gonna say something. Gail always got something to say every single time. And I just thought about it before I threw this video up. I just thought about it. And I already know that Gail is cooking something in the background. I knew it. Of course, Gail. I knew he was gonna say something, Gail. I knew he was gonna say something. I knew it. Let me see if I can pull back to the wait, did I post this one? Not posted, but I'm trying to see if I might have. Okay, so I do have it back here. I gotta wait for it to populate because I thought originally before I posted this video that I put the volume up for you guys. I did actually. Wait, so what happened? Okay, I think I know what happened. This might be the so let me just take that one. And then let me go to the other one. Okay. So what happens when you have two different versions of the same video? Here we go. My apologies.
Disagree with you. They'll call you an immigrant like that's an insult or a tether, despite you being an American citizen just like them. And it's just like my enemy in sin. If you can make all these assumptions about me being an immigrant, despite us not looking that different, what the hell do you think can be assumed about you? Drop us both at a Nigerian family reunion. Nobody's going to be asking who we are or who we're related to.
That's a lie. I just want y'all to know that real quick. Let me just put this directly out there. The glasses, the type of style that he got right now, that's from the 90s. Those are mostly like 80s and 90s type of glasses that people were primarily wearing because glasses didn't really come in a variety of different shapes and sizes, especially if you had thicker lenses. We're in like 2026. And this dude decided to, I guess you can quote unquote call it retro, which I don't really find this to be retro. I always hated that style of glasses. Always hated that style. On top of that, he's doing this with a do-rag directly on his forehead to cover up his forehead. And because he wants to sit up here and say that, oh, well, if you take me and you drop us off at a night, because obviously he's Nigerian, that's why he listed it first. If you were to drop us off at a Nigerian family reunion, they're not going to be asking this. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Because the moment in time, let me go to Nigeria and let me start talking. They're gonna be looking at me like I'm crazy. They were like, "Yo, what is this American? What is this Okada doing here?" it's like you're not Nigerian. It's like what you do? What you doing here? They're gonna let me know real quick. Ain't nobody over there in Nigeria gonna be sitting up trying to claim me. Let's, like I said, stop playing these games out here. Stop playing these games, making it seem like folks are not going to be able to tell the difference. Africans can tell the difference between them and other Africans, and Africans can tell the difference between themselves and Africans who are in Europe, in the UK, and elsewhere. And Africans can also tell the difference between themselves and Black Americans. For whatever reason, you got folks out here wanting to play with Black American intelligence and make it seem as though that we all just look the same. Like every Black American that is in the United States looks like every 100% of every single African that is directly out there in Africa. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Like I say, y'all just love being disrespectful. And you need to stop doing it. Just stop doing it. Stop doing it.
And then in his caption, it said, imagine when the police is beating you, you telling them that you're Black American and not African. Like there's a difference. Now, this is for my Black Americans, whether you identify as African American, FBA, and American Indian that was reclassified to Black, Sulan, any of the terms. You do not trust people like this. Do not trust people like this. These people have no culture, no heritage, no claim to this land. That's why they're so comfortable giving it away to people who come here. This man said if you drop him off at a Nigerian wedding, nobody will be able to tell the difference. And he's proud about that. He's saying that the cops determines his race and what he is seen as. These people have no identity outside of white men. What the cop says goes. I just think it's very interesting. I don't believe this man is Black American. Because as a Black American, when my grandma told me what my ethnicity is, what our culture is, what our contributions to the world is, never once out her mouth did she say, yeah, I'm Black because the cops told me so. I've never heard my grandma say a Nigerian is Black because the cops told me so. A Nigerian is Black because I don't see the difference between me and the Nigerian. We look the same. I've never heard that come out any of my elders' mouths. So any person claiming to be Black American that is saying stuff like this, I don't think they're Black American because I don't believe any of that came out of any of your elders' mouths. I believe y'all are liars. I believe y'all are immigrants, second generation immigrants pretending to be one of us. Because I know you didn't hear that from your grandma. And if you did, she was an immigrant. These are the same people that will watch an African or Caribbean person or any immigrant call you an N-word and act like it didn't happen.
Oh, someone wanted to troll. You said, please say something intelligent. No problem. The Shadow Realm will give you that answer. Got you. I hope that's intelligent enough for you right there. Please do not come to this channel talking about you watch this channel and you want me to say something intelligent. You better talk to some of your incestuous parents and siblings to speak intelligence while you're sitting up there living with the hills have eyes. Do not do that here. let's not do that here. Let's not do that here. No. Let's continue though.
Oh, let's not start diaspora wars. I mean, it was just one person that called you a cotton picker. It was just one person. Oh, there's a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth and a sixth and a seventh and an eighth and a ninth video that popped out. Those are just a few people. Those are just a few people. Like, everyone doesn't think you're a cotton picker with no culture and that you can't speak and you're a thug. Like, you don't have a right to generalize anybody, even though everybody around the world can generalize you. Be the bigger person. This is Disney Channel. Keep this like Disney Channel. Always be the bigger person. And then you people wonder, oh, we're not like our ancestors. You're not. Y'all are sellouts. Y'all are naive. Y'all are friendly with everybody and their mother. Y'all are losers. Goodbye.
I co-sign and agree with everything that young woman just said. Every single thing. She did not miss at all. At all. Like I said, I at no point in time have I ever been to a family gathering and I didn't heard any of my Black American family sit up there and tell me like, yeah, we if you drop us over there in Africa, we all looked at. I ain't never in my lifetime heard any nonsense like that. And like I said, let me go back to the first one. Like I said, this is what that caricature looks like. This is what I mean by cosplaying and masquerading as Black Americans. Like I said, no soul, no culture, no nothing. Like I said, if you're Nigerian, why is it that you're dressed as a Black American? Huh? Like why are you not wearing your Nigerian, like your clothing, like your culture? Like I told people before, like I thought some of the clothing that they got over there actually looks pretty dope. But that's not what they be wearing over here. I'm like, they be dressed just like us, especially the men to be dressed just like us. Like I said, like who is out here still wearing a do-rag like this? Like you got this completely off to the side. Like this looks crazy, brother. Like what? Who's still doing this? Who is still doing this? And I'm not talking about somebody that's like in an offshoot, somewhere on the sidelines of like the city and whatnot or whatever. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about like culturally. Who's really still doing this? It was already looking crazy when I saw Aiden Ross. Like for those who know who Aiden Ross is, it was already looking crazy when I saw Aiden Ross doing this, and he was acting real flamboyant with this. Had the whole do rag off to the side, just like I'm like, yeah, nah, it's a done deal on that. You just people need to let it go. need to just let it go. But can't tell nobody nothing, man. Like I said, you don't see Black Americans doing nothing like this. We don't pull no type of nonsense like this where we're pulling up to Africa and we're trying to masquerade as Nigerians. We're not trying to talk like we just came out, from being an extra from like, the Black Panther or whatnot. We're not doing none of that. We're not doing none of that. Like I said, we can love someone and have respect and not trying to, mock or cosplay or take over a destiny swap. We know how to actually do stuff because we were actually raised better. We were raised right. We were raised not to do any of this foolishness, but you can't tell people that. Cosplayers don't know nothing about that. People who want to mimic, they don't know nothing about that. Because like I said, our cultures are different. Our beliefs are different. The respect that we have is different. Because like I said, we were taught better. But you can't tell nobody nothing. Can't tell nobody nothing. But we're gonna go to a nice one here because now we're going to deal with Asian Americans as we talked about earlier in the live stream. So let's take a listen to this Asian American and what she has to say specifically to her people.
Pissed about those Asian Americans who helped that white man get rid of affirmative action. And it didn't even benefit us in the end. Unsurprisingly. So I need Asian Americans to remember that none of this was ever built for us. The lawsuit that ended affirmative action was not started by Asian Americans. It was led by Edward Bloom, a white conservative activist who has spent years just trying to dismantle civil rights protections because that's the type of person he is. He created Students for Fair Admissions and specifically recruited Asian American plaintiffs to frame this narrative as Harvard discriminates against Asians, but this was never about helping us. It was about using us, as always, about using us to attack policies designed to create equity and level the playing field. Now, you have probably seen a lot of people saying that affirmative action lowers the bar. Oh, DEI also lowers the bar. They're not the same thing, but people think they are. That is so misleading, and it's rooted in anti-Blackness. Also, are we noticing the percentage of white people admitted and the overwhelmingly white legacy admissions at these institutions is something that specifically never gets touched in this conversation? Why is that? Is it clicking? So here's some facts from the case. So Asian students did have the highest GPAs and test scores, but got rated lower on personal qualities by the admissions officers. And for identical profiles, Asian applicants had a 25% chance of getting in, while Black applicants had a 95% chance. And that stat gets weaponized to imply that Black students are less qualified, but affirmative action isn't lowering the standard. It's about addressing systemic inequities caused by racist policies like housing discrimination, segregated schools, and the wealth gap, etc. This is classic model minority propaganda portraying Asian Americans as proof that racism is over to justify attacking other communities. That is exactly why they ended the immigration ban against Asians in the US and then only allowed in high-achieving Asians from Asia, scientists, doctors, etc., to come to the US so that they could use us to prove that they weren't racist to Black people during the Cold War. I need you to pay attention to historical context about how this has all gone down. History is rhyming. It's the same thing. Here's the thing. I want to say that 69% of Asian Americans actually support affirmative action, and advocacy groups like Chinese for Affirmative Action and CIRAC fought to keep it. The loudest anti-affirmative action voices do not represent all of the Asian community. They do represent a narrative designed to divide us, though. And for Asian Americans, especially young Asian Americans, I need you to hear me. Even though many in our community do not align with the model minority nonsense, I can attest to that being true, the ones who do are often the ones that get the most visibility, because playing that role perpetuates white supremacy. And at the end of the day, we have to be real about all of this. None of this was ever for us anyways. This country literally had laws banning us from being here. We have always been seen as outsiders. We have only ever been used as a tool, a wedge to uphold white supremacy, and then they will scapegoat us the second they need to. That has always happened in times of sickness, war, and a loss of jobs. And it is on us to disrupt that role, to stop aligning with anti-blackness, and to refuse to be used as puppets for systems that were never built for us anyway. It is imperative that we as Asian Americans learn our history, learn how we've been used, understand it, and choose solidarity. Because if we're not fighting these systems together, we are always on the chopping block. Remember how they treated us during COVID. Until next time, y'all.
And as what did Trump sit up there and say? He was like, it was the China virus. Yo, let me I tell you at this moment in time, if anything possible, instead of a president, dude should have been just a comedian because he's funny. Says some of the most dumbest stuff, and it's just like you just can't believe he just said that. It's like it's like it's crazy the China virus because it comes from China. It's like, but sir, why would you call it that? Because it comes from China. I'm like, this can't be real right now. I'm like, this is just golden comedy at this moment in time. But you can't tell nobody nothing. When people want to be white adjacent, when people want to be side by side directly with white folks, when they think that it's beneficial, people want to be accepting again of that little Happy Meal toy because they think, I got some over the blacks. Look at this little toy that I got, and you don't got anything. And here you go. Now they took that toy away. And it's not like they just took it by force. You allowed them to. You sat up there and worked with the exact same white people who, in a sense, helped to not even really pedestalize you, but they gave you a little bit of a step up. You worked with the exact same folks to allow them to put you 10 steps back. Because you was like, yeah, we're going to listen to you, Mr. White Man. And you're right. The blacks are sitting up there taking our seats. And these are specifically, for other people, especially as Asians. So, yeah, we're going to get rid of this affirmative action and especially a lot of this DEI stuff because, yeah, it's going to really hurt them. And now you guys are at the back. Now you're at the back. And it is your fault. And I just want to simply say, I don't care about no solidarity. Be exactly like you were solid by yourself. Be directly there. You thought the ice was colder on that side. You got it. Like I said, these are the exact same folks that will sit up there and make restaurants directly in black communities. And they will also never be around the exact same black community that they bring that restaurant up in. These are the exact same folks that sat up there and have called the police directly on black women, that have caused a variety of different types of issues, that have taken the lives of a black woman and also a young black girl. The exact same folks while being in our communities. Disrespect all the way around, fully all the way around, 360 degrees. I'm sorry, 360 degrees. I don't know why I said 100 and 360 degrees. Said that completely wrong. But y'all know what I'm saying, 360 degrees around. They decided to, show that type of disrespect. And here we are. And I told people slowly but surely, you are going to be the causation of your own defeat. You are going to face your own losses, and you're going to have to bear the weight of those losses. You're not going to be able to blame nobody else. You especially not going to be able to blame us. Because you did it to yourself, because you thought that you were better than. You thought that you knew more than. You thought that you were above it. And here we are, looking at you, listening to the conversations, and how it is that you now have to admit that you're wrong. And you don't even still want you don't even want to really admit that. You don't even want to sit directly in that. And it's the exact same thing when it deals with the other communities directly out here with the I will vote for Donald Trump. Dun, 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 dun. And they don't even want to admit that they were wrong. You had the Puerto Ricans, you had the Cubans, you had the Latins, you had everybody that knows how to speak a lick of Spanish came directly through and voted for Trump, voted for their own demise. And then they want to come directly back around and talk to black people, asking us like, yo, black people, ICE is really messing us up right now. We need to come together because this is an all of us problem. No, we didn't vote for this. We didn't vote for this. You did. You voted in droves. Y'all had the t-shirts. Like it's amazing all of a sudden after the election, how many of those in the Latin community, they started just hiding their t-shirts and their hats. You don't see them in public walking around with that stuff no more, especially now. You do not see that. I'm like, yo, no, 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 no. Pull that back. Pull that back. That was the world. Like, yo, that we will vote for Donald Trump. That was the greatest hit that they had since the Macarena. Since Living La Vida Loca. You know, that was the greatest since Shakira, Wherever Forever. Like it was the greatest Latin single that you will ever hear in life. And I stand 10 toes down on it. It should be played as a reminder. Play that at every sporting event forever to let people remember what it is that they did. Like I said, you can't run from this. You can't run from history. Like I said, I'm so happy that we're living in a time where everything is recorded because people need to be reminded of the stupidity of how it is that they led themselves down a dark road on purpose because of their racism, because of their internal hatred. Because I want people to know that the same Latin individuals that decided to vote for Trump are the exact same ones that dislike, loathe, or have a type of hatred for the darker complected peoples that are amongst their group. So because they carry that within themselves, when they come directly into the United States and they look around and they see black folks, they view us the exact same way that they view their darker complected folks. And they're like, all right, we're going to be here. Our job is to do everything against them so that they can't make it, to basically make sure they're way at the back, to make sure that they're pretty much not existent, not represented. So we're going to make sure to vote directly with the whites. And that's what they did. Yep. That is what they did. And they wanted to sit up there and try to sacrifice and think that it wasn't going to come back and hit their front door. Oh, but it did. And it hit hard. Like I played a lot of those videos. And Trump, as soon as he got in office, he was like, and by this day tomorrow, we're going to start deporting all of them. And he started doing just that. The only ones that are pretty much safe at this moment in time, because of TPS, is the Haitians, and that's because you got a lot of those from the islands that are in political seats. That's the only reason that happened. If they didn't have those representatives, a lot of Haitians would not be here at this moment in time. I think was it 320 or 350K Haitians? They would have been getting sent back. Crazy work, but I think they got 3 years. They got 3 years. So they better figure something out. Oh my God. Oh my God. I will vote for Donald. Yeah, it was crazy. As soon as Pink wrote that in the comment section. Like I said, that was the greatest song known to man. Greatest song known to man. What was it? What did Timmy say? I didn't see the video, Seji. I just got back into here. I'm in and out of chat. Oh, here we go with Tippy. Lord have mercy. This woman here. What's up, Tippy? Let me tell you. Kevin said $1,000 to self-deport. No black slaves got paid. Kia said that's crazy. Oh, wait. Wasn't that Kamala who said she washes her greens in a bathtub or something like that? I think I think wasn't that Kamala that said some stuff like that? D Love, what is up? What is up? You said you see Kodak Black in court. His lawyers saying that he needs his passport because he's Haitian. I mean, yeah, I know Kodak is Haitian. He be talking about like Zoes and all this other type of stuff, pulling up the Haitian flag and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, man, a lot of people gonna have to figure stuff out. But I understand why you got Kodak Black and other rappers that are directly on Trump's side. That's because what is it? Didn't they get like a presidential like pardon or something like that? So I get that. Like I said, money talks. So they're gonna make sure to side with whoever it is that got them up out of there. Like I said, hey, I'm not gonna sit up there and fault them for that. Got them they freedom papers, you know. Fergus said I met $5 Virginians up in the hills of Kentucky off of mailbox money from natural gas on land, something, and given to their ancestors. Yo, Hampton, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? Gail said Kamala looks like she doesn't even know how to boil an egg. Yeah. I mean, Kamala could probably do a lot of things, you know. Like I said, she was with Mr. Williams, you know, back in the day. He was the one that introduced us to the world. It was like, what's her name? I was gonna say Kamala Khan. He was gonna say her name is Kamala Harris. Her name is Kamala. He said it twice so that everybody would know her name. Because she didn't say it. I don't even think she even tried to say it during that time. But like I said, Kamala Khan, she was out there. She was out there moving, shaking and moving. You know, out there, you know, being with folks, you know, different types of relationships, you know. Crazy work. Diabolical work. Diabolical. We got third in here. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is happening? What is happening? Yo, Lunch, you said to all good mothers who might be in the chat, I hope you had a good Mother's Day. That's bars. Bars. Oh, yeah. Tonga, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, Nicki Minaj. I forgot. People stopped talking about that real quick. What was happening to how people just like forgot about that? Because I was talking about that for a little bit too, where you had Nicki Minaj talking to first she was at the UN giving a speech, and then she was up there with Erica Kerr. I'm like, how did that even happen? I'm like, this is some type of like PR stunt I've never seen. I'm like, this is the weirdest PR thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't know who her manager is, but this is not it. But this also shows how a lot of those folks who ain't really Black American, how they be moving politically. So and that's why I was like, well, I guess a lot of Nicki fans are conservative then too. You know? Because like I said, if you're willing to sit up there and defend her and to risk your life for hers, then you're also willing to be on with her politically as well too. You know, just gotta put that directly out there. Font was like Montel broke her in. Yeah. Yep. That man had 2 women on his arm that day. Yep. And man, he was the first Ray J. He hit it first. That's that's what it was. I hit it first. That man Ray J. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. Tonga said gerrymandering took over media. Sham was like, hello, Kevin. They better follow the drinking garb. Better wide in the water. Better swing low, sweet chariot coming forth to carry me home. Sham took it back. So now we're going to go to the next video here from this brother. We've seen him directly on this platform before, but let's see what he has to say.
Is that white supremacy needs to keep us divided. That's the whole point, that these people literally come and it's a strategy of dividing people who, even though we all look very similar to one another.
Hold on. Soup, let me slow you down because you're misinformed. That's the problem. I don't know if you guys think that we're stupid, but in your minds, you don't think we're smart enough to look at you, judge your actions and say, you know what? I don't think this is good for us. I don't think this relationship is good for us. That's like you being, I'm gonna give you an example. That's like you being in a toxic relationship with a boy and you want to split And he says, you only want to split because of white supremacy. Go on for that. If you're in a toxic relationship with a boy and he won't let you leave because he thinks white supremacy is the reason why you think you want to leave, are you not smart enough to come with your own conclusion on a
No,
relationship?
I think everybody's able to come up with their
So
own
why
conclusion.
you keep bringing up white supremacy when we're making decisions?
Because
the first time you said, every time I close my eyes and I hear you guys talk, I just think of white supremacy. It's like, you don't think that we have a say. Like, you don't think we're smart.
I think you're smart. But I think that white supremacy works very hard and people internalize that. Even African Americans. I think that a lot of people internalize white supremacy. That's why we have specific standards that people hold themselves to.
So and listen, you keep talking this white supremacy shit. Your parents didn't come here to go against white supremacy. You're the last person to talk about it. That's the problem I have with y'all. Y'all keep coming here talking about some white supremacy, that. Did you come here to go against it? If white supremacy wasn't allowing you into the country at first, why would they all of a sudden let you into the country? What do you think? What you think changed their minds?
Because they needed cheap labor. Because they were already treating African Americans that they already brought here
Black
through forcible enslavement.
See, you started off wrong. White supremacy started off building their wealth off our backs. But we started to go against white supremacy. We have a long standing of going against white supremacy. We built our own communities. We made the most inventions. We didn't need white supremacy. We had our own communities. They kept infiltrating our communities and we kept going against that. Convince some white people to believe in us too and join our side. That's how influential we were. They needed another group of people that had zero experience on going against white supremacy, which is you Caribbeans and you.
And he was going to later on say like the Africans. Like I say, he hit the nail directly on the head. You got that woman sitting up there talking. I would love to know specifically where, she's directly from, because I'm listening to her talking and I'm like, if she is in America, she has to be in a majority white state, because I'm listening to her speak and I've heard the exact same voice before, the exact same cadence. And that's usually somebody who is also a divester. I kid you not. I heard that type of voice far too many times. Far too many times. I can go to TikTok right now. I can sit and find you an example if I actually needed to. Like I said, matter of fact, I actually got a video in the background, and I played that the previous live stream. Actually, no. I actually, matter of fact, to give you an example of what it is that I'm talking about, let me pull up the video that I gave you guys before, right? Where's this dummy at? Where is she at? Because this one, she was just straight stupid. I don't know. I don't even understand why you would even, say something so nonsensical. Let me just find this video for you guys real quick. I think, was it from yesterday? Yeah. Gotta minimize this real quick. Yeah, it was this one.
Shoot me, kill me, I don't give a fuck. But I'm an interracial dater, right? And I don't know if it's just me, but anytime I see a black man and a white woman, I'm just like, I don't know. But anytime I see a white man and a black woman, I'm like, big ups to that. I don't know why. And a lot of my friends, they date white women, and I got nothing against that. I'm just like, what is your reasoning? Do you despise your mother? Like, I don't know why I'm always like, and then the same thing, they'll ask me that. It's like, oh, you probably date white men. No, I just date white men because I'm obsessed with white dick. I need to say that, but anyways, bye.
Yeah. So, like I said, the same cadence, the exact same type of voice, and that's usually the type that decide that they want to, sit up there and speak. And they quote unquote always want to talk about that they're, ultra pro black. Kid you not. Kid you not. Like I said, it happens every single time, 1000%. But like I said, the previous woman dealing with this video here
is that white supremacy needs.
She was just talking just to talk. She's one of those people that want to sit up there and just come directly into conversations dealing with Black Americans and feels as though that she has an opinion and she doesn't. Because I promise you, when it deals with wherever it is that she's from, she does not specifically have an opinion on that. She's not trying to go into those conversations. And again, she wouldn't even start up a platform or even start the conversation herself because nobody's going to care. Wherever she's from, nobody's going to go to her page. Nobody's going to listen to the conversation. Nobody's going to, try to go into whatever live streams or whatever it is that she would even have. It's not going to move anywhere because nobody's going to care, not even her own people. And she knows this. So what do they tend to do? We're going to go to Black American spaces. We're going to go to, whatever platforms they're on. We're going to go to whatever pages that they have. We're going to go through whatever threads they have directly on Threads, right? IG, TikTok, or even X. We're going to go directly to those comment sections and be a part of the conversation, even though we're actually not a part of the conversation. Crazy work. That is diabolical. 100%. 100%. What is it? A goddess Navi. I'm thinking it has to be Avatar. Looking at the Navi part. What is up? What is up? You said good day, Seji. This is my first time catching you live. Keep up the great work. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Brittany said, thank you for what you do. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. Yo, Gail, what did you say that the good news is? Because I did see you right there in the comment section, but I didn't see anything after. Let me see. Yo, what is up, Sonny? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Somebody said they feel entitled to it and it's cringy and dynamic. Yeah, it is. It is. It's crazy work. So let me see. We went through both of, let me just get rid of that one directly right there. Let me see. Are we missing any more? Because I think we actually caught up on all of those videos. I might have potentially one more. Oh, that's dope. You said your daughter graduated this weekend. Hey, congratulations. Congratulations. That is awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome. Like I said, Gail, if I was like Shaq, I'd be like, oh, your daughter graduated? What was her grades? No problem. I'm about to buy her car. Because Shaq always doing some stuff like that. Like, yo, that dude sit up there. Let Shaq sit up there and find out your daughter graduated and the type of grades that she got. End up with a car. Let me tell you something. But yeah, congratulations, Gail. Like I said, I ain't Shaq. I ain't moving. It's out here like that. Man, like probably like a billionaire right now. But congratulations. Much love and respect. And I wish her many much success, directly out there, in the job market and everything of the sort, or whatever her dreams are, or if she goes traveling and whatnot, whatever she want to do, whatever she want to do about there. Let me see. That was the video about leave the world behind. Do I want to? Feel like I didn't post the video dealing with the Nigerian. What's the name? I feel like I didn't post that one. Let me see. Y'all let me know. I'll just pause it. Wait, is it even up here? It's not actually. So yeah, I didn't actually. Whatever. I'm just gonna. I could have sworn I downloaded this one for you guys. Hold on. And I know Ty said he sent a. Oh yeah. Ty, I know exactly who this is. Lord, that was actually kind of loud. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of that music in the background real quick. I hate when they do that too, where it's like music automatically in the background. So obviously, we're about to because Ty sent the video. We're gonna have to swap gears real quick because I just wanna hear this. I'm not even worried about trying to edit out any words. I'm not even gonna do it. But I am gonna do something with that music though, or just in case. I'm gonna have to just fix that out. But also, much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me know how everybody's doing. We got 144 people clearly here at this moment in time. So much love, much love. Let me know how y'all doing, how y'all feeling. Out here in these internet YouTube streets. Because I know we got just some passersby and whatnot or whatever. So what's up? What's happening? What is going on? I'm sitting up here trying to edit this real quick while I talk to you guys. Gonna take a little bit of a minute. I guess we can have a conversation about this video. I'm not sure how that conversation is gonna go. Just even hearing the first part, I'm not even sure how this is even gonna sit up there and go. I'm not even sure. Not even sure. This is going to be something. Can already tell. Could actually just have this for a solo video too. That's usually what I try to do. Because I know sometimes usually Ty and Pink will happen to send some videos real quick. So now I got to do the audio part, get rid of that music. All right, so it's going to take a little bit. I'm trying to catch up to these conversations. Mag Mag Ultra said like she makes that sound gross. Pause and cringe. Gail said thank you very much at everybody. Third says Shaq, get you a car. So you'll buy that insurance from General LOL. Oh yeah. That's true. That's true. Tonga said we chilling out here. This cold in Richmond, Virginia. It's a rainy day. I got you. Kia said, I'm not on your first channel, Seji. Oh no, you're good. You're good. It don't matter which channel you're on. It's as long as you're here, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Mag, I think you wait, all I see is like 4 lines. Like I said, it's a little bit different for me because I'm looking at it from a different side. So if it is an emoji, I can't properly see it. Lit said, followed you for years and never caught a live. Loving the conversation. Word? You were never able to catch a live? Yo, nah, you got it. Yo, I think maybe we might have had like some missed timings. Cause I'm like, there was a point in time that I had like live streams. Sometimes I might have had them like two or whatever times a day. And they were long live streams. Man, that's crazy. You were never able to. Well, maybe you might have been busy. Maybe that just might have been the case. Maybe you might have been busy. Life was lifing. That's probably what it was talking about. Lit. Sonny said immigrants will eventually accept the role they play as invaders. Mo says, Seji, I'm doing great. Did you pick up the prescription you needed? That's crazy. Every single time. Yeah, all right. That I actually hearing that woman like pop up and just say that just threw me off. This man Mo, let me tell you something. That's wild. That's wild every single time. Every once in a while, Mo. So before we get there, Tippy said, congratulations. FBA Judah, what is up? You said, what's good? Said you, my brother from another mother. Nothing much, man. Nothing much. Just sitting up here chilling on a live stream, talking with y'all. Fair, you said, I think it's my first live too. Word? Yo, this is crazy. Well, like I said, I'm happy y'all here. Gail said the good old days. Oh yeah, it was. Those are wild times, guys. Wild times. Wild times. Kid said we was on Streamline. I remember that one. Oh, yeah, you talking about StreamYard? Yeah. Yep. That is bars. Hart said, "Hey guys, stream my album." Da. That's crazy. We don't do that. I mean, if you are an artist, much love, but we don't do that because I would never go to somebody else's platform and be like, "Hey, let me just throw this up there." I'm like, usually you're supposed to, like ask people before you try to, whatnot or whatever. But we're living in a day and age where people just don't care. Sonny said, I don't see any of them redeeming themselves for the sake of peace. These are the earth's most spiteful who left their own people to do something outside of their own humanity. It's crazy. But anyways, so I guess we're going to listen to this conversation. Shout out to the man for sending this video. So we're gonna see what's in here, and I guess unpack. We're gonna see what it is.
I definitely started having sex with a nigga I didn't know because everyone in the room was having sex. And I was like, well, damn.
Y'all just looking at each other?
Yeah. What was crazy is it too, like, me and him were just sitting there talking, and I'll see like the blinds moving. You know what I'm saying? I was like, well, damn. What was the blinds moving for? Everybody's in the room fucking.
They y'all was all in one room?
Well, not all of us.
Okay, some.
Yeah, some of us. Some went to another room, but yeah, my homegirl was in the bed. She was like, "We just talking." I was like, "Okay." So I thought everybody was just
talking in the dark.
Yeah, with their clothes off. With their clothes off. Yeah. I was not prepared for this at all. Like, I thought we were just like coming to hang with y'all. I didn't know that everybody in here was getting fucked.
It was a fuck party.
Yeah, because I was just like, wow. It was crazy. That ain't even Patreon. What's even crazier is like, he was like, lay down. I was like, okay. What? That's what I was like, nigga, like, I just met you. I don't even know your name.
It don't matter.
It don't matter. But the nigga started eating coochie. And I was like, whoa. And that was the first time.
Wait.
That was like
eat coochie for somebody you don't know?
You don't know. And I was like,
oh, he's a demon.
Oh, you've done this
You
before.
check on him.
Man, you know what's crazy? My ex knew him.
Wow. That's so everybody knew everybody. That's wild. That's I would just like to say, dealing with this video, for anybody out there, please don't move like this. This is not the way to sit up there and do it. At no point in time did I hear anybody talking about protection. I looked at all three women up there laughing. Nobody was talking about a my chart or catching potential STIs or knowing a person's status, any type of condoms or anything like that. Didn't hear nothing like that at all. All safety went directly out the window. And last time I remember, the main thing that I remember folks talking about is that Black women are the most susceptible when it deals with a lot of these STDs and these STIs. And I'm listening to these women have this conversation, and I don't hear nothing. I'm like, that's dangerous. And I also want to note that again, a lot of young women, they watch content like this and they model themselves after the women that they watch. And if the women that they watch are not worried about being infected or going through, any type of thing, then as well, those young women are not going to be worried or concerned at all either. And they're just going to be, living life and just, going by the tail end of the seat, or I probably said that, a little bit wrong, but basically jumping off a cliff when it deals with these things. That's a dangerous way to sit up there and go about this. And the other lady, she too grown. She's way too grown to be sitting up there just like, this is a laughing situation. It's funny, like this is what we were sitting up here. Nah, this ain't even it. And this is why Sever said before, like when it deals with a lot of these, a lot of this content, these podcasts, yeah, they shouldn't have gave everybody mics. I blame the pandemic for this, because all information ain't meant to be information, I guess. Like I said, you don't need to tell everybody all of this, because the end result that's going to happen is that, okay, men know how it is that you move. That's now going to be expected, and they're going to treat you exactly like the stories that you've told. That's what's going to sit up there and happen. Like I said, it's just, man, brother. Oh yeah, this man Mo. Let me tell you something. This man Mo, like, this is crazy. Like, some of these stories that be about here, I don't know why. Mm-mm-mm. Wait, somebody said why they got a cross in the background. Wait, what? Oh, you talking about that freeze frame ready? I mean, I guess this is looking at the setup. I think this is in somebody's like living room. I think, didn't they have like a wider shot where they showed everybody in the same picture? I guess not. But yeah, I guess it's in somebody's living room. So that's why you can see the two tables and different stuff like that. Like I said, man, I just for me, I try to talk about a lot of stuff, and a lot of women out here need to be moving safer, because this could very easily have been a whole different conversation, because I didn't cover stuff like that before. And but you can't tell a lot of people nothing. You would just hope that people would actually know better. You know, crazy work out here, man. Let me tell you, that is not a funny situation. That is not it. That is not it. I'm trying to figure out. Let me see. I think so. Yeah, we got one more video. I do got the video of Jermaine Dupri, but I'll probably save that um for a solo video. I'll probably do that. That was a family reunion. So let's go to this lady here.
Authentically Nigerian is to know what an akata is. Last year around this time, I mentioned the lack of representation for Black American beauty creators. By this, I mean brand activations, paid brand deals, and overall media coverage. From this video alone, I was called tribalist and divisive. Overall, the video was in bad faith by this character. I think it's so ironic. She publicly celebrated on her beauty blog Nigerian Independence Day through a authentication list that explicitly referenced Black Americans through a racial slur on her public beauty blog in 2012. The media calls her the voice for Black women, the one calling out the brands for inclusivity. Through her words, she's claiming it to be part of the authentic Nigerian identity. If you're wondering, she was about 25 years old at the time and had over 70,000 subscribers on YouTube. Just to give you a little background on what was happening around that time. Black American women are forced to perform in industries that enable these types of people who are known to dehumanize us, while also monetizing off of us. Corporate America exists beyond the office. It's on your social platforms, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube podcasts. When Black American women advocate by being specific about the tactics used to disenfranchise us, they say it's a dog whistle. They say we're dangerous, that we're lazy, that we need to work harder. Work harder. That sounds so familiar. I think we've heard that before. Oh, and don't be fooled. They aren't operating alone. Black Center magazines enable them. We don't get to speak. We are not represented. Our stories are used and occupied by people who have never identified or represented themselves as Black American.
I'm being one of the same people that's asked to do something. It's the same vibe. It's starting to be the same Black girls at these events.
But the fact that the 5 people that are constantly chosen are predominantly West African is almost always left out. That specific detail is never mentioned, and it's on purpose. It's rarely ever Black American women in these rooms. She said, I'm proud of the community we built. We opened the doors for each other, and I know now she means that quite literally. Here are some more authentic Nigerian examples. You know you're Nigerian if your family owns a shop that mainly caters to foreigners. That sounds about right. If you are friends with someone just because they're Nigerian, you know you're Nigerian if you bond with people more from other African countries. For example, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia, and Eritrea. Are we surprised? Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. Here's my favorite. If your parents or relatives have ever disliked someone because of the simple fact that they were Akata. So as you can see, through this industry standard and practice, institutions have filled their diversity quotas with the same reoccurring small group of West Africans and Caribbeans, diasporic creators, all while Black American creators are systemically excluded from the same opportunities. We just don't get those. I guess they're all booked. And when we do speak up about things, we get emails like this. In bold, my Black American activism cadence is troublesome. Thanks, Deborah. Yeah, so when I say it's systemic, here it is in bold writing. Black American activism is a problem. Flat Blackness is celebrated and duplicated many, many, many times. 2026 is the age of disclosure. Somebody has to be honest about what's going on in this industry. This isn't about consistency. It's not about creativity, engagement, or talent. Working harder doesn't matter when the board is rigged in someone else's favor.
And that brings me right back to the Essence Festival. And let me just type this in real quick. Because I could swear that they're going to have another festival, and they're supposed to have a lineup. Yep, supposed to be July 3rd through the 5th, 2026 at the Caesar Superdome. Right? So let me look to see what the lineup day is. So they're supposed to have from July 3rd through the 5th, they're supposed to have Cardi B, Brandy and Monica, Patti LaBelle, and George Clinton. And maybe they might have, some other stuff, here and there. Whatnot, whatever. So they said, oh yeah, so they do got other performers. So let me see. So yeah, they trying to make sure that they get Black people there. So they got Kalani, Lotto, I think. Is that SZA? I think that's SZA. And then the next day they got Leon Thomas and Josh Levi. Next they got headliners George Clinton, the Parliament Funkadelics. Performers they got Babyface, Public Enemy, Dougie Fresh, Big Boy, Big Frida, Nona Hendrix, and Duran Bernard. So yeah, they got quite a bit going on there because they're trying to recoup what it is that took place. Because especially last year, yeah, it was over. Like nobody was messing with the Essence Festival. It was like, yeah, you guys are done. It's buried at this moment in time. We got the shovel right here. So it was pretty much done because you had Africans pulling up to the scene, deciding that, hey, we're going to sit up there and take over. We're about to bring up our culture, Jollof and all this other type of stuff. The same thing where you had their African kids going to historical Black colleges talking about some African takeover day. Yeah, nah, y'all just disrespectful. Like I said, y'all going to pay the price. It be like that. And y'all going to sit up there and find out. That y'all going to sit up there and find out. Like I said before, I don't got no problems with the performers. I get it. Like I said, they get booked. They gotta, be able to make their money. This is a corp type of thing. Cool, fine, no problem. I don't even fault them for it. But like I said, what'll inevitably happen is that probably it'll be looking kind of light because I'm guessing that when it deals with the Essence Festival, they think that people forgot about it, because I remember that one lady, I think it was the African lady I showed y'all before. She was one of the largest mouths, directly out there, saying a whole bunch of stuff, and they got her. I think she either got fired or she stepped down. One of the two. Either which way it goes, she's no longer there. So yeah, we'll see. July is right around the corner. We're pretty much at this moment. We're going to see what is going to take place directly with that. I'm pretty sure you're going to have a lot of content creators talking about it. Either people going there and seeing the sites, or looking at the news. Because I want to see if Essence Fest is going to pull the same nonsense that they did before. Because this was another reason I had a problem with them. You had two women that were a part of a bookstore, and Essence Fest decided to put a cease and a desist directly on them. And again, remember, Essence Fest, they pay for venue or whatever it is. The bookstore, the two women that have that bookstore, they've been there for the longest time possible. They are natives directly there. But Essence Fest is like, hey, you're doing this when we're basically, doing our whole thing. So we're going to go through this legally and put a cease and desist. So you can't do this when we're doing our thing. That's crazy. You are a guest. You are a guest in that area, and you can magically lay down the law on locals because you feel that you got some no compete clause or whatever it is that you feel that you, like I said, that's how you know that Africans are running it. That's how you know. That's exactly how you know the Africans are sitting up there running it. Because with no Black American out here deciding that they got a business and they're doing something and somebody else is doing something the same day, no Black Americans be like, all right, I'm about to go through legal channels and put a cease and desist so you can't be open when I'm open. That's some crazy work. That is diabolical. Third said, how can they afford those people? They can get money from folks. They can get loans. Like I said, with businesses like that, they can be millions of dollars in debt and still get loans. Like I said, stuff work for other people. Let you be Black American, be millions of dollars in debt. Let's see if they let you do that. Like that is crazy. D Love said, I hope they don't show up. We're going to see what's going to happen. We're going to see what's going to happen. Most that I heard Fat Boys are going to be there. I wish I can get the tickets. Sonny said they were given an opportunity expressed to us. Their culture consists of harboring contempt for FBA. That's bars. You said, I'm still waiting to witness any of them keeping up their culture or tribal scars and plate lips. Whose culture was that? Yeah, that's not us. that is not us. We don't scar our skin or mark or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, we don't do none of that. Even though people want to sit up and say that we are the same. Yeah, no, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. Sonny said they're never too clever to sabotage WS. M. Hampton, what is up? You said I go around the house saying that's diabolical. That's bars. that is bars. That is the word of the day. Let me tell you, that is the word of the day. But yeah, like I said, much love and appreciation to folks out there standing up for Black Americans, speaking truth, and also informing us of all of the things that are specifically going on. Like I said, that's another reason I like doing these live streams, because I happen to come across videos that I just found out about, and maybe they may be brand new to you. Can't get my words right because I'm hungry. I come across videos, and maybe these videos are also brand new to you as well, too, along with the information that's also inside the video. So, and also the conversation, like I told y'all before. Like I said, I love doing this. It's very fun. Either minus the trolls, and the nonsense that they like to say. Because we got people that like to pull up to the scene and they want to start trying to make stuff about them. I did see somebody earlier try to tell them that they were Creole. I'm like, I don't really care. I'm like, I don't know what bearing that has to do with the whole of the conversation, but all right, that's that's cool. You're Creole. I mean, we went over that whole thing as well too. I'm not even trying to go back into that bag. What was it? Let me see. D-Love said, "I don't think that we should go. That's how people get comfortable disrespecting us." Oh yeah. That's 100%. That's 100%. When dealing with the Essence Fest, that's true. The craziest part is at one point in time I wanted to go because I'm like, I thought it would just be something dope. Because I remember my mom, she was talking about it one time, and I think she always wanted to go as well too. I'm like, hey, that'll be a nice, family trip to sit up there and do. But we've had conversations, and I've had to inform my mom with the disrespect of a lot of these Africans directly about here, and yeah, that's probably not happening. So that is more than likely not happening. Gonna have to figure out something else. Or up until, Essence Fest decides to correct themselves. But like I said, a lot of folks, they do it to themselves. They think that they can just come into the house that Black Americans built and they can sit up there and, just take it over. They think that they can just sit up there and do that. And it's a no. You just can't do it. And even if you do try to, and you think that you can take it over, you can't move it and have it progress the same exact way that Black Americans can. You don't got the soul. You don't got the spirit. It's going to be an empty house. Like I said, and that's pretty much for me how I look and view Essence Fest. It's an empty house up until it's in the hands of the originators of the people of the culture. It's just going to be an empty house. Um, Kryptonite, what is up? You said the most disrespected and discriminated against race in the world is Black Americans. Bars. Sonny said, how these people pull up to the scene with their children missing. That's bars. That's bars. Lit, you said, replace the tethers at the top, then I'll be there. Yeah, that's facts. 100%. 100%. M. Hampton said, my sister went some years ago and it was lit, but it's not the same anymore. Stephanie Cruz said, I am Black American, not African American. Bars. Straight bars. D Love said 100%. What is that? Moni Positive. What is up? You said don't attend. The ancestors said it isn't safe for them. Third said the immigrants move like Shang Tsung. They always try to steal our essence. Your soul is mine. Yes, yeah, that was a good one. As soon as you said that, I automatically went to Mortal Kombat. Also, side note, just want to list this as a side note. I'm not sure if anybody saw the trailer for Mortal Kombat, but if you happen to get off of this live stream and you want to look at anything else, well, this is specifically for those who, I guess, maybe if you're into Mortal Kombat, you watch the video game, play the video game, or watch the movie or cartoons back in the day, whatnot, whatever. Take a look at the Mortal Kombat trailer where you got Liu Kang versus Kung Lao. That trailer by itself sold the movie for me. I am uniquely hyped for that film, and I can't wait to sit up there and be in movie theaters to see it. Let me tell you, that automatically watching that trailer made me want to download Mortal Kombat and start playing it. And I haven't touched Mortal Kombat in years. In years. Let me tell you. Like I said, dope trailer. Or, maybe even if you're just like a movie buff, check out that Mortal Kombat trailer. Like the choreography, like everything. For me, it was dope because I could spot stuff directly from the game. Like I saw like the different moves from like the hat toss and the fireball and whatnot. It was dope. It was dope. Like I said, they did that on this one. They did that one. So hopefully, if this is a look into things to come, if Mortal Kombat can basically lead the way, I also think too, then Doomsday should actually fare out pretty well along with, Spider-Man. I'm not too sure about Street Fighter. I'm just gonna be honest on that. I'm not really too sure about Street Fighter. I'm just gonna go in there, just prepared to laugh. I ain't gonna take it serious because I just looked at some of the stuff before from the previous trailers. I don't know. I think I'll just probably be more entertained by looking at 50 as Balrog, or AKA M Bison, right? Um, I think I'll probably be more entertained by that because that's pretty much my favorite character that I play with on Street Fighter video game. So, that's probably what I'll be looking forward to. Kia said, yes. Third said, not going to see that. It looks low budget. Wait, you talking about Mortal Kombat or you talking about Street Fighter? Tippy said, I want to see Street Fighter for Akuma. Tippy, you don't know nothing about Akuma up until, quote unquote, the tribal chief showed up. Now you're a Street Fighter. Get out of here, Tippy. I'm not trying to. I ain't trying to see. I ain't trying to hear that. Sonny said if the cast of the boys in the hood left their mansion to attend the last Essence Fest, they would have gotten them arrested. That's true. Kia said the old Mortal Kombat movies. Yeah, old Mortal Kombat movies are dope. They were dope. Sonny said I'm excited as F about Mortal Kombat 2. Yeah, it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. Pink said, Seiji, have you seen the Resident Evil trailer? You talking about the no Resident, no Evil trailer? Yeah, I seen that. That was looking like trash. Straight garbage. Straight garbage. Yo, that's what that Resident Evil trailer was looking like. You know what the craziest part is? I would have rather watched Street Fighter. It's just Street Fighter had more action and it made more sense than that Resident Evil trailer. Like I don't know what that was. No Resident, no Evil. I don't know what that trailer was. It was like they just took the name and they just did whatever it is that they wanted to do. I don't recognize no characters. I don't see nobody that I know. You just got some boy with a random shotgun running with a med box through the streets. I'm like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Kia said, well, I finished Far Cry Primal. Hey, congratulations. You know, the crazy part is I never finished that game, but I did buy that game. I've had that game. I think that was like the pandemic, possibly. I think I made it a portion of the way through. Maybe I can't even tell you. I think wait, yeah, I probably made it further in that than I did in Cyberpunk because usually with games like that are sort of like open world, I tend to just zone out and just explore. Just like I did with Crimson Desert, did the exact same thing. Did the exact same thing. Tippy said Jason Momoa is in Street Fighter. Wait, what is Jason Momoa doing? Oh yeah, he is in Street Fighter. I forgot. Is he Sagat possibly? I don't know. Possibly Sagat. Maybe. I guess. We'll figure it out. What was it? Sonny said, LOL, I remember when girls used to wear their ponytails like Akuma. That's cold blooded. I remember that too. Let me tell you. I remember that too. Let me tell you. That was classic. That's funny. That is funny. Somebody I'm just gonna call you Houdini for this moment in time. You said if Africans are from Africa, then where are black people from? We're from the United States of America. That's where we're from. It's crazy when people ask stupid questions. It's crazy when people ask stupid questions. That's like somebody asking me, where am I from? I'm from the United States. Born and raised. My grandfather, United States. My mother, United States. Her mother and her father from the United States. So on, so on, and so on. It's the exact same thing. It's crazy when people want to act like it's crazy how every other landmass out here can have indigenous melanated people. Like if you go to Korea, Japan, and China, they have melanated folks there. If you see those melanated Asians there up north, are you going to sit up there and say where did they come from? No, you're not. If you see the Aboriginals that's in Australia, are you going to sit up and ask them where did they come from? No, you're not. If you go to South Africa, are you going to sit up there and say like, "Yo, where these Africans come from? Like, where are you guys originally from?" No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. So, like I said, it's crazy when people sit up and say that. Tippy said, "What was the evil trailer? I didn't see Leon." Sonny said, "Prince Albert was." It's just yo, that's that's wild. Tippy said, "I have Hogwarts Legacy and didn't finish it yet." I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Hogwarts. There's a lot of stuff in there. There is a lot of stuff in there. She said, "Thank you for answering that stupid question." Like I said, I got to because it's like that. That's just I, like I can't even get the words out that I want to sit up here and say because that's how crazy that question is. Like it, nobody else on this planet has to deal with a question of where do you come from? Nobody else. It's only Black Americans that have to deal with this question from everybody, and I'm like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Goya, where are you from? Where are you from? Because the craziest part is how folks can pull up to the scene and say how Black Americans are not indigenous to this, that, and the third. You don't know nothing. You only know what white folks decide to document and tell you. You don't know nothing. Like I said, at this moment in time, people still think that Jesus is white. So, like I said before, you can't tell you ain't about to tell Black Americans nothing. Like what? Like I've been saying it so many times. I forgot the like. I got Bible folk in here. What was it? What is it? Hair of wool, skin of bronze, or something like that. Like I said before, that's not reflective of nobody European. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That's not how that works. That's not how it works. But and especially the hair of wool. Especially that. You ever seen wool? Wool is curly. That's not reflective of nobody European. Like I said, I don't know how people be sitting up there pulling up to the scene, and just automatically making stuff about themselves. Wild work. Wild work. Like, yo, that is crazy. Like, what? Y'all just come up here just being stupid. You talking about May talking about nobody thinks Jesus is white. I guess you ain't seen the Africans kneeling down in a quote unquote African Christian church kissing the statue of a white Jesus. Yeah, they do. Yeah, people do. Just say that you are not knowledgeable or you don't have the information specifically dealing with what I'm talking about. Yes, people think that Jesus is white. Do you really think? Let me just be honest with you. Let's just be 100% honest. If people found out that Jesus, or if it was actually stated verbatim and everybody was able to see it, you had the facts, you had the evidence, you had the blood tests, the samples, all of that. If it was proven that Jesus was Black, do you really think that a lot of white folks out here and many others would be Christian? No, they wouldn't. They would drop that religion like a bad habit because everybody would be like, yo, I'm not about to be worshiping no Black man. Yeah, they're not about to be doing that. Like I said, do you think that when's the last time you seen a church worshiping a Black Madonna and a Black baby Jesus? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. And then on top of that, let's take it a little step further, right? If they sit up there and say that everybody is made in God's image and Jesus is a God's son and supposedly Jesus and Mary are both Black, what does that then make God? Just wondering. And then if it was stated that God is Black, do you think that people would still be religious? Nah, people would be atheists overnight. People would be losing their minds. People would be losing their minds. Losing their minds. Yeah, Tippy, that's what they always say. Person came up out of the scene talking about, bro, stop crying. What are you talking about? I see. No, that's projection. That's you crying because you're thinking about what I said. Because that's how you would be if you found out that God and Jesus were black. That's what you would be doing, crying. You'd be like, oh my God, for the longest time possible, I was worshiping a black man. Oh my God. That's what y'all be doing. You'll be going to every single bar known to man trying to wash all that religion away. What was the main thing that they said that happened with the universe, the creation of the universe, like from darkness comes light? Yeah. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I can't really put my finger on it, but that sounds real familiar. From darkness comes light. Interesting. That's crazy. That's crazy. May said, Jewish people have froze too. You know, the craziest part is how many Jewish people really claim the fro and talk about it like that? They don't. Whenever you think about the fro and you think about the icons, you think about the styles, you think about the people who really pedestalized and moved it forward, who really put a presence directly to it. You ain't looking at nobody else but black Americans. Let's stop the cap. Let's stop all of this nonsense. Let's stop all of this nonsense. Like I said, I get tired of when people want to sit up there and say, "Oh, you're not the only ones that sat up there and got this too." How about this one? How about this one? Since we want to sit up there and deal with hair, um, we got that melanin though. We got that. So let me guess, you're gonna try to pull up to the scene and claim that too though, right? Because like I said before, we can all have a race and be in the sun. It's sunny outside right now. I can see the sun right now. And I can promise you, when I go into the sun, I'm going to feel regenerated. I'm getting my words right. I'm going to feel re-energized. That's where I'm going to be. Like I said, 99 different times. The sun loves us. We don't have no problems. We don't have no issues. The sun and black folks got an understanding. They dance. That's what normally happens. You can feel it. It is universal. Like I said, it's crazy how, when people want to try to like pull up to the scene and claim certain stuff, but then they can't claim everything. It's crazy how that works. It's crazy how that works. Like I said, just like you want to sit up there and say that other people got froze too. Other people can dance, but everybody can't do hip hop, correct? Everybody can't dance like black people. That's bars. In order for everybody to dance like black people, they gotta study. They gotta study very long and hard in order to figure out how it is to move, how it is to groove, for the rhythm to catch a beat, to understand it. Like I said, for us, it just comes innate. It comes directly from the soul. It's within the melanin. That's how it works. For everybody else, they got to sit up there and watch us. And then slowly but surely, if they spend enough time with the music and they spend enough time with us, some things might seep directly in and they might get a little bit of a soul to sit up there and feel the music, to feel the rhythm, feel the beat. But like I said, naturally, without us even being around, we see how people sit up there and dance and move. Case in point, when black folks is like, yeah, we're not doing any of this dancing stuff directly on TikTok no more. TikTok was looking real dry. TikTok was looking real dry. Wasn't nobody coming up with nothing. Everybody was looking real goofy, real clownish, because they didn't have the originators to copy directly off of and to steal from. Like I said, everybody always talking about like, oh, they're creative. they can do this and they can do that. But when black people left that platform, or when we basically was banning it for a minute, yeah, I ain't see no creativity at all. Wasn't nobody, I ain't see no new dance moves. I ain't see nothing. I ain't see no new styles, no new dance moves. It was looking real dry. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yep, same thing I'm talking about, Timmy. Yeah, all those commercials, all those Afro commercials back in the day, I never saw no group of people getting represented. I never saw no other group of people getting represented. It was always us. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. Whatever situations or conversations ain't about nobody else, now they want to bring themselves up. Fair use is like Bob Ross. Y'all seen Imitation of Life? You know what? You know what? I try to keep Bob Ross out the conversation. I like Bob Ross. That's the guy right there, man. Was sitting up there just painting, Mr. Squirrel and the trees and all that. Grew up on Bob Ross. Try to keep Bob Ross out the conversation. Got to keep a few people alive. Because like I said, they didn't already ruined it when what was it? You got Hulk Hogan, you got Dean Cain, you got what's the dude's name? Kevin Sorbo from like Hercules and whatnot. Like I said, you got people killing a lot of stuff, from childhood. It's diabolical out here. 100%. 100%. But yeah. Yep. What was it? D Love said Bob Ross had a perm like Michael Bolton. Oh yeah. D Love said I do too. I look at his videos from time to time. Yeah, that's classic. Like I said, it's therapeutic. You can just fall asleep to like Bob Ross like 9 hours straight. And you good. You'll probably be painting directly in your dreams. Won't even realize it. Become an artist overnight. Kia said African dance, but they do more lit work. Yeah, they do, but they do not dance like us. I'll tell you that one. I'll tell you that one. The way that Black Americans move and dance to the rhythm and the beat, it is vastly different from everybody else. Dare I say, the reason that everybody else can dance the way that they do at this moment in time is because of Black Americans. And I'm not talking about classical dance. I'm not talking about like many of the other things. I'm just talking about just the normal dances that we see, even when it deals with social media and different things like that. Like group work and different type of stuff. Black Americans. Somebody was like, just stay away from Jim Carrey. That's their last chance. Yeah. Let me see. What was it? Fair you said, as an artist, I respect Bob Ross. Yeah, good work. Let me tell you. Masterful work. Tippy said, when they get perms, I don't think their hair texture equals a 4ABC texture. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. It's not. It's not the same. It's not anywhere close to like a 4C. 4C is thick. It is. It is there, undeniably there. But yes, my friends, we actually been going for about close to 4 hours. I can already hear Tippy right now. Do a gaming stream. Wait, one more thing. Wait, put up another video. I didn't see the whole live stream. No, Tippy. Because I know Tippy for so many years. I already know what she's going to sit up there and say and do. No. What is it? I don't even know what that is. But because you want to spam, that's exactly how we basically fix that one real quick. Let me see. Oh, we got some more trolls directly up in here. That's crazy. No problem. And you can state that directly with the rest into the shadow realm. That's exactly where you go. Like I said, it's crazy. This is a tail end of the live stream too, and people want to start trolling. Y'all so late. I mean, but y'all can pull up though. The devil has everybody's names, and I will be happy to email and send those directly to them in the shadow realm. Like I said, I don't got no problem. Pull directly up. Pull directly up. We got first class stamps directly to the shadow realm. Pull up. Pull up like the mighty few. Let me see. What is it? Somebody said the title is right. There is division even amongst American blacks and other blacks outside of the USA. He said most American blacks help justify imperialism, especially to the even more exploited and oppressed fellow blacks in Africa. What? What are you talking about? Let me see. Oh, gotta hit him with that Exodia obliterate directly to the shadow realm again. And y'all just come through here, just like keep spamming. Like I don't have my finger on the trigger. Like what are you doing? What are you doing? All right. I'm not about to do this whole kumbaya type of situation. Like I said, I'm just going to get that up out of here. I'm sorry. Shadow realm. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're gonna pack you right on up. Right on up. We're not doing that. Like I told people before, when it deals with Black Americans taking a stance for whatever reason, people want to automatically deem us as being xenophobic, racist, anti-African, and all this other type of stuff. But yet, when other people want to be ego and prideful, they want to have their chest directly out and they want to speak on their culture and how proud they are of their people and all this other type of stuff. People are like, oh yeah, that's great. Like you have every right to be proud of yourselves and da da da. Crazy work. It's diabolical. That's diabolical. Oh wait, you're anonymous, and you're going to be anonymous directly with your $5 Indian ass in the shadow realm. That's what we're going to do right there. Let's see. Ultra spam. No problem. No problem. Add them directly to the list. Directly to the list. Thank you. Let me see. Somebody said most comments are made by mods. What are you even talking about? Dun dun dun. Sonny was like, "Oh no, we couldn't save him." Oh man. Somebody said that had to be the dumbest. Oh, you just say you want us to be blocked? No problem. I oblige that. You got it. I got you. I got you. I got you. Dun dun dun. What else we got? Yeah, that's what normally happens. Usually it happens in the middle towards the beginning of the live stream. But for whatever reason, you got the trolls they want to show up now, which is actually quite stupid. Just saying. Um, let me see. What was that? I'm gonna have to hit the ban button on the other person because, like I said, at no point in time on this platform do I condone any type of violence, even if I do disagree with people. So I'm like, I ain't nobody about to, try to have the FBI knocking at my door. We're not doing that. We're not doing that today. And all right, another troll, no problem. Got you. Like I said, I swear I didn't probably banned over like 10 people right now. I mean, y'all can keep stepping directly on up. You said in 2019. That's crazy. I've never been to Florida. Get banned real quick. Gotcha. Let me see. What was it? D Love said I'm fixing food. I apologize for but I'm listening. No. You good. You good. Fair use said just imagine a world with no lace fronts. That's crazy. Dun, dun, dun. Like I said, it's crazy out here. What is it? Tippy said, "What is up with all these weird people?" Yeah, that's what normally happens because you got people that's bored and they can't normally get attention on live streams. Yo, Kadeem, what is up? You said Black Americans live to die for people of color's freedom. Yep. Yep. Mm-mm-mm. And I know you're a troll. You sent up here talking about in your other stream. You talking about how you been? No, I never did. Now you look stupid. Now you look completely stupid. Crazy work, diabolical in nature. Let me see. Nigga said, "Coming to Florida, my guy. First time catch you." Nah. Not with the clowns in the comment section. He's sitting up here telling the own police stories in here, trying to make it seem like it was me. I'm like, yeah, nah, I was never there. Kid said I did some new artwork. Hey, that's dope. All right, I see you. Let me see what else we got. Sonny said the world knows lace fronts would reveal the unseeable edge of the universe. That's crazy. Y'all in the comment section. That's crazy. Let me see. And I think that is it. I think it's actually run its course. I think we're good now. I think we're good. I think everything is slowing down. Anyways, because we didn't packed up quite a few trolls. I mean, from my end, I know no idea. Y'all are probably sitting up there hitting those buttons like madmen, in the background and whatnot. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that's been here at this moment in time. So technically, Tippy, I actually did stay here for a little bit longer. That was due to the trolls. So technically, you got your wish just a little bit. But much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that took part directly in the conversation. Has been here for the good 3, close to 4 hours, directly in the live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to anybody who has donated to the stream by way of, I think, what is it, like the rubies that are given. Anybody who gave a super chat, anybody who's new to the membership, shout out to the patrons as well. Shout out to any and all new subscribers, and also shout out to a lot of those who came to the comment section and said that they just made it to their very first live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Kia said we got 133 likes. That's dope. That is dope. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of those folks that hit the like button directly up there. First time in a minute that I actually hit 133 likes directly on a live stream. Much love. Can't even get my words right now because I am hungry. Let me tell you, I should have been sipping on water, as I was doing the live stream, but I got too focused. But yeah, much love. Thank you guys for that 133 for the live stream. Sonny said it slowed down, but it could be Sylvester Stallone one down. Wait, what? So I'm confused on that one. Tippy said fried fish and lemonade. Was that the goodbye, Tippy, or is that what you're eating right now? Third said, tune in next time. This has been a We Got McDonald's at Home production. Let me tell you something. Oh, speaking of McDonald's, let me tell you something. If y'all haven't tried it yet, try, I think it's the dirty Dr. Pepper from McDonald's. It tastes great. Like I took a few sips of that and then I kept taking more sips. It tastes great. Let me tell you something. I was actually pretty surprised by how it actually tastes. I'm like, all right, they got something here. Let them actually keep that. And I'll sit up there and get that with some fries and some nuggets or something. Because that actually tasted pretty good. Possibly pretty good. What was it? Boss said it's possible. Deal money, fame, and success with caricatures. Oh, he must be talking about the videos from earlier. People like masquerading as Black Americans. Yeah. And Hampton said later, and thank you, Seji. Until next time. Mo said 96 on the South Side on the OG channel. Hey, that's dope. That is dope. All right. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Kia said, you go get something to eat, and I will see you later. Sonny said, thanks at Mr. SEIJIHITO. My first time here, and you are God-forsaken American baby angel. This man right here, Tippy said, a dirty Dr. Pepper put off there. Wait. I think you did a typo, Tip, because that threw me off. A dirty Dr. Pepper from their dirty soda dispenser. That's crazy. It wasn't that tippy. It's basically a float in a sense. Mo said, "Nah, bro. Best dirty drinks are at Sonic's." You know what? I haven't had Sonic's in a minute. The one thing I do love about Sonic though, I like their ice, like the type of mini ice that they have directly in there that they put in the drink. I like that because it melts better with the drink instead of it being in a sense like larger blocks where it feels like you have more water in your drink than the actual drink itself. So, but yeah, Sonic got a lot of nice drinks. Like I'm not sure who is the creative mind behind those drinks, but they better be getting paid. Because let me tell you, Sonics, they got those drinks. They got better drinks than pretty much every other fast food restaurant that I could list. And then they're willing to try a lot of different ones as well, too. Third said, this has been a go get me a Switch production LLC. Tippy said, don't read that. Already read it, Tippy. I ain't gonna write that all late. So he said, I'm done with all the dirty doctors. That's crazy. She said it's called Time to Go Home. Lunch said, Seiji, what new anime are you watching? Actually none at the moment. I pretty much, no life Diablo and do videos. I know life Diablo when I haven't had a time, when I'm taking breaks, either for food or whatnot or whatever in order to relax and decompress. But other than that, I'm on social media watching a lot of the videos that I happen to show off to you guys, either in live format, a short if I happen to post that, or single form content. That's pretty much where I've been at. At one point in time, I used to catch up on like animes and movies and stuff, but yeah, not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. Somebody said, I remember listening to you first thing in the morning. I mean, if you're not trolling, what is up? I mean, that's possible because we did have some morning streams from late morning to the early morning. So, that's possible. Kenda K equals Candace. Okay. Wait. I think you're telling me the name, I think. My bad. I'm a little bit confused. My bad. Lunch said, gotcha, bro. Wait, what? Somebody said, why do you call yourself back? I don't even know what that means. Okay, so you're saying that's the name. Okay, Candace. Okay, I got you. Wait, let me see the picture real quick. I might potentially, because usually I remember either faces or profile pictures. I may remember who you are. Let me see something real quick. Wait a minute. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I think I remember your face before because I've watched like every now and again if I know that people happen to have like a channel and whatnot, I was like, okay, somebody got a picture. I'm like, let me see if they got some content and whatnot, whatever. I think I remember you. I want to say because usually I'm pretty good with faces, usually. But yeah, shout out to you. Much love, respect, and appreciation for for pulling up. Much love, respect, and appreciation, Miss Candace. Much love, much love. Tippy said I'm drinking ice water with mint leaf in it. It's refreshing. Oh yeah. It's going to taste ultra cold. I'll tell you that. Especially like if you ever had water. Well, let's say like you with anything that has like mint directly in it, you happen to brush your teeth, and then directly after that, you drink water. Even if it's room temperature, it still feels colder, which is crazy. But yeah, it's great stuff. Great stuff. You said, why do you call yourself black? Because I'm Black American. Kia said, you're going to have to do one of them streams where the old giant trees were cut down and they look like mountains. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You get to look at all the petrified, quote unquote, the dragons and the turtles, and yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You said you're literally brown, okay, but it don't matter what anybody else says. What I say is what I say. That's like somebody trying to correct me on my name. If I tell you how I say my name and how I spell it, it is what it is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like it's, you know, like I said, there's no debate. You're not going to tell Black Americans that they're not black. It's, be like that. Timmy said, but Hispanics call themselves brown. Yep, yep, yep. Black Cypher, what is up? You said Black Americans versus the Black diaspora. I'm almost like go sit in the corner. Timmy said peppermint and cold water is so refreshing. I just love ice cold drinks. Oh yeah, ice cold drinks are nice. Timmy said peppermint and cold. Oh yeah, I read that one. Yeah. D Love says Seji, because I'm Black American. Yeah. Kryptonite said love your vibe. Much love, respect, and appreciation. He said Candace was an Ethiopian title. Can the K. I'm probably mispronouncing and butchering this, and I'm trying not to sit up there and do this at all. Because like I see something one moment and then I end up butchering it. Like I said, I've been trying to fix this for years and to no avail. Let me tell you. You said the Warrior Queen, but no one knows that. That's actually dope. That's dope. I did not know that is what Candace means. That's pretty dope. That is pretty fly. You should get that on a t-shirt. You should get that on on a t-shirt and make an image for it. That'd be pretty dope. Tippy said, do people ask white people why they call themselves white? Nope. Lunch said, I've come across videos talking about those giant trees before school stuff. Yep. Yep. Oh, you talking about the Drewski skit? Yeah, that was funny. That was yeah, like I said, that dude, that man is creative. Let me tell you something. That man is creative. That man been going through so many different things that he has covered over time, and then the skits that he's done, people have been able to be like, yo, that was like Drewski did a skit with that, and then you'll see like an actual like version of what he did a skit. I'm like, yo, that's wild. I'm like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm waiting. Like I said, I feel like it's going to get to a point in time where Drewski's going to do some stuff, and it's going to be like Black Mirror, where it's like he's going to give you like this skit, and then it's going to be reflective of something that you're going to see in real time when it deals with like, let's say, like some government type stuff or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, it's going to be like the X-Files episode back in the day when they were talking about the Hunter virus. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and look it up. Go back and look it up. There were some other things dealing with the pandemic and the Hunter virus as well too. You know what I'm talking about? Look it up. I gotta say it like that because YouTube got sensitive on me during the pandemic when I was reporting. It was getting real sensitive on a lot of those videos I did back then. It was some crazy work. I felt like I had some other people that that was listening to who that decided that they wanted to report some videos and stuff like that. Some wild stuff. Oh, 1 second. Let me see what else we got. You said it was so needed to be said. Yeah, it was. It was because it got to the point in time. It was like at first it was like, all right, you got Idris and whatnot that are here. It's like, all right, we're okay with like a few people doing stuff, but then all of a sudden we get inundated with all of these African British actors just like taking up roles where we got Black Americans that can easily do these roles that grew up here. They don't have to study. They don't got to do a voice coach or nothing like that. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, that's wild. That is wild. It's like the replacement is real. So, like I said, things stuff got called out. Stuff got called out. We'll see. Tippy said the sequoia trees are the tallest in the world. Correct. Um, I used to know a lot of this stuff by heart, and I would be able to sit up there and tell you without falter, but I can't even do that at this moment in time because it's been so many. It's been so long. It's been so long. Kryptonite said, "Telling your age." Wait, what did I tell my age about? I think I know what you're talking about, sort of. Maybe. Kind of. Lunch said, Seji, you like Marvel Rivals? If so, do you play? Barely. I know for the update that's coming on the 15th of Marvel Rivals, you're gonna get Devil Dinosaur, and then I guess later during the month is gonna be Cyclops. And of course, they're gonna save Cyclops for later during the month whenever they happen to release them. Because they know people want to play with Cyclops. Nobody's really looking for a Devil Dinosaur. Because usually I would have thought that they would have paired up Devil Dinosaur with Moon Girl. But they opted not to do that. And I expected them more than likely not to, because Moon Girl is a little black girl who's a genius. So I'm not too surprised. Not too surprised. But yeah, that's the update character wise that is going to be taking place. But yeah, I barely play it. At one point in time, I might have, maybe during like the first like season 0 and maybe season 1, I played it a little bit more, but yeah, haven't really played it so much. Tippy said Key and Peele did the same thing a couple of years ago. Kryptonite, you was talking about the X-Files. Yeah. Like I said, I grew up on stuff, grew up on and plus for me mentally, I feel as though I like a lot of older TV shows. So it's like, you got the old style of Nick at Night, Lucille Ball show, the Desi Arnaz Lucille Ball show, Mary Tyler Moore, Bob Newhart, what is it? The Partridge Family, Brady Bunch, all of them, old type of shows, Leave It to Beaver, Happy Days and whatnot. So, a lot of old stuff, Hanna-Barbera. Like I said, I like a lot of old style type of stuff, because it's not so much feeding into like the nonsense of like now, where it's just everything is just stupid. When you look at older shows, it's just like the storyline. It's not, so much nonsense or whatnot or whatever, just like added in just for the sake of just putting it directly in there. So, Tibby said, y'all ever watch Amos and Andy? I think I might have seen that. Might have. Can't tell you with 100% certainty, because like some stuff I watched once and I didn't watch it again. Fair, you said I love decoding black and white old westerns, especially since they acted like there were no dark skinned people in America. Period. Oh yeah. They do that in a lot of shows. Even in earlier times where you had like Friends, they barely had black people in there, and I'm like, word. I think even if I think back far enough, I'm trying to figure out if Seventh Heaven, they didn't really have a lot of black people in there either. And then Little House on the Prairie, they didn't really have a lot either. Then Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. Like I said, it was a lot of shows. Like the way that the point of view, they got that Matt Damon point of view when they decide. And I know a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about. Matt Damon was on this one circuit. I guess it was doing like a movie or whatever. And press junket. I'm sorry, not circuit, press junket. And he said he got a question about being a director. He was like, everything in front of the camera can change except who's behind it. I'm like, that's right. You are from Boston. I'm like, you one of those types. And the way that Matt Damon said this without blinking, and like the way that Ben Affleck sat up there and looked, he was like, I can't believe you said that. I'm like, but I'm like, this your boy though. I'm like, be like that. At least he's honest. The moment in time I saw like Matt Damon with his head completely shaved, I'm like, I see it. I see. I'm like, I can see it. I'm like, it's looking like some real American X right now. Like, yo, it's looking real crazy. I'm like, yeah, I know where Matt Damon is. I know what side he's gonna be on. You know. Kryptonite said, gotcha. Cozy said, something is recorded, by the way. I'm not even sure what that means. Tippy said, I think it's the first black comedy show on TV in the early 50s. Kryptonite said, Friends and Living Single. Fair Use said, Andy Griffith. Yep. And then Andy Griffith went on to be Matlock. Then, what was it? Mo said Sammy Davis Jr. played in an episode of The Rifleman. Fair Use said that only two blacks on Seinfeld and no blacks on Sex in the City. Oh yeah, it wasn't about on Sex in the City. Yeah, no. That was about white women in New York. I think what was it like Manhattan or something like that? Yeah, they're not about to have no black women in there because that's automatically going to draw attention away from them, and especially depending on the caliber of black woman they have in there. Yeah, a lot of the storylines when it deals with like a love interest or somebody being attractive, and yeah, it's not gonna look well. Because when you have the exact same women who are Caucasian, all with each other, they are going to look, roughly age. They're going to look like they age the same. You throw somebody black directly in there, it's going to look wild. Because if you look at her, if she's the same age as them, and then you look at how they look age wise, oh no, it's not going to work out. It's just not going to work out. It's not going to work out. So yeah, I understand why they don't have a lot of black folks on a lot of shows, because in comparison, people are going to be looking real weird. Ages are going to be looking real crazy. It's like how you got folks trying to do the comparison that black folks do when black folks are like, hey, this is me at 30, 40, or 50, right? And then for whatever reason, other people want to throw themselves into the competition. And it's like, don't do this to yourself. This ain't, sit this one out. Sit this one out. Not even God himself told you to do this. Sit this one out. And people don't want to sit up there and listen. And then they decide to put themselves on Front Street when we didn't tell them to sit up there and do it. Trying to make this into a competition or a race. It's a race, all right. And you going to be the ones aging the fastest. Like I said, this was not the race that was built for you. Like I said, the universe is at work. The universe is at work. Let me tell you. D Love said there was one black family on Seventh Heaven. I barely remember them. The most now, because Seventh Heaven that got ruined because of the father, because he was on some whole other type of time, and that's why to this day I don't even think that you can find Seventh Heaven anywhere. That is the first time that I think I can safely say that somebody was like Hollywood wise really blacklisted because of what it is that they did and said. Like Hollywood was like, yeah, we can't even fix this. We can't even really overlook this. I'm not even sure if Seventh Heaven is still on television at this moment in time. The Cosby Show was still on. No matter how white folks or whoever wanted to feel about Bill Cosby, that Cosby Show was going because that was positive black television, But yeah, Seventh Heaven. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the father in Seventh Heaven, and look at the type of time that he was on. Crazy work. Kryptonite and said, or black men. That's bars. Fair you said idiots used to follow me around in the store talking about I'm short and pretty to be a black girl. Whew. Yeah, that sounds like that old days type of lingo right there. Let me tell you. D Love said like bananas. Like what? He said Sigma said at Fair Use so ignorant. Oh yeah, talk about the what they were saying to her. Yeah. Yep. Oh, what they thought that the live stream was recorded? That's crazy. That's some wild work. Mo said, and yes, Seventh Heaven is currently streaming with Oh, it is. It's on Paramount. Well, we already know what type of time the Paramount is on. I guess because it got rid of that show everywhere else after that dude came out in an interview and basically admitted to stuff and what. Whoo! It was I was like, yeah, my jaw was on the floor. I'm like, nah, you were the Camdens. I'm like, you supposed to be, the Christian all American family, and I'm like, you turn Christian American family into something else. I'm like, nah, this ain't it. This ain't it. Like I said, white people's like, yeah, this hitting a little bit too close to home. We gotta pack this up behind the paid subscriptions. It was like, this is it. This is way at the front door. The call is inside the house at this moment. But we don't know which closet it's in. It's crazy work. It's crazy. It's diabolical work. Diabolical. But anyways, yeah, I was supposed to end this technically a minute ago. This is all Tippy's doing. I'm sensing some type of voodoo at this moment in time because we were supposed to end this live stream 30 minutes ago. Barry, you said all my life I heard, quote, girl, you don't even know who you are. That's crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you guys for, being here directly with me, part of these conversations. Shout out to those who also hit that like button as well. Also, shout out to the person, I'm not sure who it is because they don't normally tell me names. Shout out to the person that actually bought one of the Love Black Women t-shirts or the long sleeves that I got because I got that notification. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I really wish I could actually point out who that person is. But again, they don't give me names whenever this takes place. But shout out to that person. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I actually got to give me a new one because I have worn out the shirt that I originally made. I think I had that for actually quite some years. I got to actually get the long sleeve version because I think I only had the short sleeve. So yeah, I got to do that myself. Kryptonite said, OMG, I just Googled that Seventh Heaven guy. Yep, it's bad. It is bad. It is bad. It is bad. And I think his sister was even a part of I think it was like a documentary or an interview. Like yeah, it's all types of jacked. It's all types of jacked. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But yeah, much love, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go. Have the rest of your Monday. It is currently 4:38 p.m. I almost said a.m. Lord have mercy. We need some food right now. So I'm gonna let y'all have at it. Catch up on some movies, some books, anime, video games, get your feng shui directly in order. And I'll catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Peace out.